Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I am WormSlayer2146. It's Wednesday, 21st of June 2023, and we're back for another slightly too warm stream. We'll see how it goes today. Don't promise a super long one. We did alright, 4 hours of streaming yesterday, didn't completely melt in front of the camera, but you know, today's not any cooler than it was. If it gets uncomfortable, it may just be a short one. We will see how it goes. I know Wednesdays are usually a Factorio day, but just not really feeling the Factorio at the moment. Not in the mood for it, but definitely in the mood to make some more shapes. So that's what we'll get up to today. We'll catch back up with where our little shape factory was and see if we can work our way through the next shapes we need to make, if brain will function in the heat. Again, we'll see how it goes. Let's hop straight into it. Get back into save. Now remember, we were working on the shape that's like the logo for the game. It's got that second layer that is floating above with just the little square in the corner. There's the picture. So that bottom left corner is a bit complicated. But we kind of worked something out. Trollbait, hello, welcome in. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. I did have half a thought that I hadn't quite finished working out. And we did look at some other things in the Discord as well, didn't we? The process itself, I think I'm vaguely okay with. We stick some bits together, overlap part of it up here, which creates some of what we're after. And yeah, we cut that off to get the floating corner, and then a quarter of each shape ends up in the bin. And there is a way of doing this differently that we've looked at, that instead of being a white quarter circle with a grey quarter square on top, we could have a blue quarter square with a white quarter circle on top, so like the other way around and coloured, which could be reused in like the blueprint shape, which we're always going to want. That's an option. And probably other overlaps we could use to get the shape reused somewhere else. That's very cool, very good idea, but a bit complicated for me. I like keeping the shapes separate and not trying to combine them. Just the way my brain works, it seems like that's the way. The thought that I hadn't put together is using the 5th layer to reclaim part of it. So I'm not 100% sure on what happens, but you can only have 4 layers on a shape. When you try and put a 5th layer in it, it deletes off one of the layers. I guess the bottom one? I guess if you try and put a 5th on top, the bottom one deletes. So in theory, we can reclaim the quarter square by pushing the quarter circle down into the 5th layer. Maybe. We can test that somehow. If we make a shape that doesn't overlap with it, so like a half square. Let's rotate that that way and that way. And stack that on itself a couple of times. So that's 4 layers of half square. If I combine that with this, what do I get? No, I don't get what I'm after. Because that edge has not got 4 or 5 layers, even that edge still only has 2. And if they do overlap, for example, just flush a few through, then it wipes out the shape. So it's trying to put that on top and it can't because there are already 4 layers. If you swap those inputs over, you get a different shape but the same fundamental issue, I guess. But it now deletes off 2 layers from the halves. because it can't place them because it already has 2 layers, which makes the bottom left quadrant different, but makes more of a mess on that. So yeah, the good to try it out, but I think the conclusion is you can't reclaim from it using the 5th layer, because how I would want to do that doesn't create enough of an overlap, or any overlap, which doesn't push that shape. Yeah, okay, fine, nice to know. So I think that leaves the original conclusion, really, that we're going to delete off 1/4 of everything we mine up. Each circle, each square, 1/4 of it goes in the bin, because I don't want to try and reuse it elsewhere for my own logic, and there's no way of reclaiming it back. And even if we were able to reclaim back the square quarter, we wouldn't be reclaiming back the circle quarter either, so there's still something going in the bin either way. Fine. If we're binning off 1/4, that's what this was down here to show me and remind me. We can mine up 8 of everything and end up with 6 full belts heading to the hub, which is currently a bit overloaded, but that's fine. We'll cut back the 8 lines of this purple one to just 4 and have 6 of this new one going in, and then we'll probably have to cut back again when we've got another shape to make, depending on how many we need to make simultaneously. It does just mean we've kind of overdeveloped this, and by that logic, maybe we don't need to make 6 of this new one. We should just make 3, because 6 will end up being overbuilt. But I don't mind it. We can produce too much and just have them sat there, waiting for an upgrade or something like that. That's fine by me, I think. Okay. So the processes that we have here are the ones we're going to use. I just need to get my head around what each process is so that we can design it out stage by stage. I mean, the simple one is we're making white dye. That's easy enough. We mine up circles, turn them white, cut them into 1/4, recombine 2 of them to form what we're using in the shape. 1 cycles back to get reused. Sure. And the other 1/4 goes over here. Sure, to make that. Right. Okay, so this one that's going over here is one ending up in the final shape. And this diagonal pattern we're making isn't actually what we use in the end, it's what we're using to get the overlap to cut. Okay. 1 gets reused, 1 goes over to make that half of the final picture. The combined ones, so the combining is another job, are mixed with half of a square. So the squares are mined up and cut in half. Then we've got the combining process, the cutting process to get the other half. And the half of the squares is getting cut, so we kind of want the squares in 1/4s, but 2 of them combined. Interesting. It's a lot of different stages. I'm not sure I'm going to get them straight in my head ever, but we can try and just start. It might just be a messy one, or messier one. Are we going to do it in this area because we've got the circles, the squares, and the 3 colours? Could be. Is there anywhere else? I guess we want to head into the left-hand edge of the hub. So circle, square, and every colour is what we're after. And that might be the best of it. Just circle, circle, square, and all 3 colours here. Not really any better. There even. It might be a bit better. Let's go with it. It's fine. I don't really want to delete what I've got up there because it shows me every step, even if that's extremely messy to look at. Okay. 3 colours are here. They're here, so we need 8 full belts of each. That's 7. Okay. Can I get an 8th from this Somehow, must be able to. If they went into there, they could go there, but then it can't remove them. Okay. Any other bigger patches of circles? Not really. Unless we go somewhere entirely different. These ones are all about the same size or smaller even. The ones up here, there's multiple of them that might help. Not really. There's multiple of them up here, could use that. Love where it is. Say we went here, then how would that look? Not any better. Not any squarer. Definitely not squarer. Okay, let's try down here again then. Don't need 4 belts of the logo. No, I don't. But it does let us progress quicker if we make more now that we have space for them. I do assume in the future we will have to reduce it, in that it's currently asking for 2 shapes. When it asks for a 3rd one, our hub won't be able to take the input in these quantities, but at least for now it can take them in these quantities, so we might as well build it this big. I don't know, until it can't fit. Guess I just have to make this a bit messier, so use all of them. There's 5. There's 5. It's not quite going to work, I don't think, with them all poking out the same edge. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 again. That's not any better. Just going to have to point them different directions, I guess. Cannot. Hello, welcome in. A lot of them are still needed for upgrade. Yeah, it's what we've seen with the first shape we've made is our 8 belts going in is overkill, big time overkill, because we're making a lot. But our hub is like open at the moment, so it can take them. And then with this shape, we're going to need more, but we're making them like 6 full belts is a lot. It's very fast input, and as we get these upgrades, it'll be even faster. So I believe it's overkill. And it's not necessary, and that what we'll end up doing is cutting back the 6 full belts we make now and just like cutting 3 of them off so the hub can input a different shape. But while we've got the ability to put them in, we might as well. I mean, the alternative is that we just make like 3 of these and then clear up some inputs and use more blueprint shapes on the inputs instead, but you know, it's neither here nor there really. Can I do... Let's go that way. And then there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll do us. And the squares. Six, 7, and 8. I guess. That'll do. You can make the hub bigger. Interesting. I didn't think that was possible. I mean, I know... yeah, you can make it have more inputs, which could be worth doing. Like, you bring these out. How would you do it? How far away you do it is important, isn't it? Do this and then use a splitter. Not quite like that. They need to be back one, don't they? Like that. And then those 4 inputs now have 8 belts feeding into them. It doesn't increase the throughput that goes in, but it does increase the number of lines we can push in this direction. I guess you could use your storage tank because it prioritizes the left output. No, if it could prioritize an input, that would help. Because you could have like both shapes going in, but prioritize one over the other to be pushed into the hub. Interesting. Posting general, cool. I'll take a look in a second then. I need 8 white or 4 white. I've got double painters, don't I? So I just need 4 lines of white. Sure, which is 4 of each colour. Are there any better ones? I mean, the red there. I think we go with these. Oh, if that... I'm not sure that red has 4 lines. 1, 2... 3... it does, barely. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That's nice and square and neat, like that. It's all fine. Okay, so that's what we're mining up, and then I guess we're going to come to the east a bit, work on it, head north a bit as well, maybe. Try and fit it all in. I'm not sure how much space it's going to take up. There's a lot of processes, so I'm a bit worried I haven't left enough space for the hub. I guess we just work up and down and around until we get it sorted. We can do the mixing, right? I should have something I can copy-paste for that. There's mixers. I got white being made somewhere. Yeah. It's just a double set of mixers, sure. Want them to be above here, maybe? This or below? No, let's go with above. That's fine. Those inputs are there. That's, yeah, in this area, roughly. Just go with there. It's somewhere to begin. That'll do. Turn them round. Yep. If this all fits. Not sure now, actually. That might be too close. It is, isn't it? Yeah, to get the green in as well. Okay. Turn the blue around as well. Let's go with there. Send the green under there. One way. One into there. There. They just need feeding in. So that's making a cyan on all of those, and then we just need to feed the red into the second stage, and we'll get white out the end. Good. So it's 4 lines of white, and we want to combine that with the circles. That can be done straight away. Might as well be. Which painting is here? Can I grab all of this? Maybe. Take that and see how it goes. It is a bit close, isn't it? Where do I want to put this then? I mean, it might as well go here. We'll just do things around. We might just cut and paste huge chunks of it to tidy it up after. We can line up the colour input there. So we kind of might as well. Go for it. And then I'll deal with how we get the circles in. From here, some are going this way, some are going that way. You just feed them onto the lines that exist, I guess. Bit messy, but we'll live. Let's bring them together. That'll be 8 lines of white circles. Do I want to go down or up? Let's go up and we'll start putting processes heading north, I guess. Okay. Squares are now a bit out of place, but I guess we'll deal with that when we deal with that. So next thing is to cut them into quarters. Bearing in mind that some of them are immediately coming back around. Interesting. Does it matter which lines I take? I guess we can rotate stuff. It's kind of worth avoiding the rotation because it's upgraded differently to the belts. So if we minimize the rotation, then we're less likely to put choke points in by accident as we upgrade. So it does matter which one I take, in which case it's the third output from the left that is being recycled. And that just needs to feed back in. That's quite complicated. Okay. Each belt needs how many cutters? 3.5 per second. Across 14 per second. 4 cutters. Makes sense. Each belt needs 4 cutters. And the output of them needs to feed into a new belt, not back in itself. Right? Just thinking about that. Here we just feed the recycle bit back in because we're not dealing with the throughput. But if we've got 4 cutters, that is the right amount for the normal input. This bit is a quarter of the output. No. The 4 cutters are making 14 quarters per second. Once they are reformed, because they are quarters, this will be a quarter of it. So each of those needs to go into an extra cutter. Or 4 of them can be combined onto a new belt. So it is kind of a completely independent process. Kind of. Just the outputs of that process need to join with the outputs of this process. Oh boy. I don't think we've done anything like this before, so it's going to be a new kind of layout. That being the first input, so somewhere around there. We go down and into cutters. Just leave a little gap to play with. And yeah, getting the outputs from here is the complicated bit. I guess we just gather them to the right and send them up to the next thing above here. Maybe. We'll just have to build, and if we run out of space, I'll deal with it. Rebuild it, or whatever. So joining these together as compactly as we can. Have to go out 1. And then again, okay. There, I think. They go under. quite reach, so we need the other one. They are full belts of each quarter circle. That isn't needed, that just feeds in directly, okay. In which case it could move left one if that matters. Sure. It's going to take a lot of room because we're going to be making 8 belts of each quarter heading out of here. That's a hell of something. Okay, fine. It's what we're doing, it's what we're doing. We should just do the 3 belts in order to save space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 3 different destinations: reforming, combining, and joining with the square bits. Do we want to send any of them down? I guess the one to combine with the square bits could go down, which is that. It's the leftmost, right? Yeah. Which is the top of each. So they're going to go up. Yeah, there's no neat way of doing this, is there? That's going to be up. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. And that's going to go under, which needs the upgraded under. Just reaches. And they're going to go up. Needs a gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's going under. Goes under and they're going down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does not leave a lot of room, but sure, that's what we've got. They will be there. Need that on all of these now. Is that right? No. That goes to the rightmost, and that to the one next to it. That's how we do that, sure. That's going to there. That one under twice. And then this one's like the other way round, starting closer. Sure. Can I copy that easily? I don't think I can. Copy like some of it. Not really. That much, maybe? We should give us all 8 lines of top left quarter circles. And where's that? So that's going up there. It's coming over next to it, and so on. Same with the next one. And this hot's going down. Last one, yep, looks good. A little further down maybe. It's the end. One more there. Okay. Top rights, bottom lefts, top lefts. Which are doing what again? So what I've sent down is the one we're combining, which is top rights. Is that correct? Yes. Why are these empty? What have I done wrong? Oh, because some of it's backed up. It's got the machine stuck. Fine. The one getting reused is bottom lefts, which are here in the middle. Helpful. Maybe we should do that next on the edge here. I mean, the other option is we just don't. We could bin them and make this longer. I think I'd rather do it though. I would. Let's get them over there, I guess. Do that on the left-hand side. And then that, yeah, needs to feed in actually to join. So some of the output of that is going to join these as well, somehow. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. How does that work? It's like this lot's ending up in the bin. After a couple processes, these 8 belts end up in the bin. And we're feeding these back in. Not entirely sure I've got that straight in my head. We'll end up... No, I need to look at this again. So from the bit being reused, a quarter is added to each. So 2 extra lines are going to be added to each output. Although, yeah, how and where we join that is interesting. But yeah, presumably then we'll actually have 2 going this way from the output of this, but to join this. But then that means there's 10 lines of this coming down here, which doesn't make sense to me. 10 lines will be feeding into making these shapes. But I just need 8 lines to feed in. Confused. Right. 10 lines feed into that process, so that this process outputs 8 lines. That doesn't make sense. You've got 8 lines of quarter circles going in, which is what we would have at the moment. And we'll have 8 lines of quarter squares going in. Right? Yeah, we will. Which will create 8 lines of that shape, which needs combining with 8 lines of this shape, which we are making. I've definitely confused myself here. We're making 8 lines of half squares. Yep. Or in theory we're talking about making 10 lines of it, but let's say 8 lines of it. We're making 8 lines of that shape. So we're going to make 8 lines of this shape, which we're then going to cut. 8 lines of that go in the bin. 8 lines of this come out the other side. So 8 lines of that and 8 lines of that get combined. What's this all about? Reusing the shape is unnecessary, doesn't do anything. Or just adds more circles that could just go in the bin because I'm not really planning on them. Using them, it doesn't work. Why am I so confused by this? As I see it in my head, we're going to make 8 lines of the finished shape. Because we've got 8 lines of everything going into it. But at some point that must not work. It doesn't because... No, it does. The finished shape is only using half a square and half a circle. That's why it works. I've overbuilt. We could have done it with 4 lines of... Could do 6 finished lines using 4 lines of circles and 4 lines of squares by reusing these ones, but because I've mined up all those extra circles and squares, it's pointless feeding this quarter back in. Right? Even so, yeah, so... How does that work? It's because we don't have 8 mines, we have 16. Like that. And we're binning off a quarter of them. And then half of each. Yeah, no, still don't quite get it. Half of each are going in the bin. Let's say, like imagine we're not reusing anything. Half of each goes in the bin. So with that many we would end up with 8 lines coming out. Okay. If we reuse instead, we'll actually end up with 12 lines coming out at the moment, which is definitely major overkill. Definitely don't need that much. Can't avoid binning them, but we could then cut all of that so that we had the 6 lines. Yeah. Okay. In which case, there are options. We redo this and cut back to just the 4 lines in. 4 of each shape. Or what else could we do? So I'm using half. We could cut them and reuse the other halves. No, because we need to form this shape. Okay. Yeah, I've overdone it. Definitely. If we do, we can leave it as is and bin off this quarter of the circle, or cut it down and do the reusing, which I think I'd prefer. Let's cut it back down. Start again. Not completely again, but cut out the latest section. You only need 4 lines of circles. So we can cut here. Cut all that. Tidy this up a bit actually, might as well. And we won't need as much white dye anymore, actually. That's a good point as well. That can be cut back too. Let me move that back too. Leave them in, cut this lot. Not a huge fan of that now, but I will. Would we tidy that up at all? Nah, it's fine. It's fine like that. Let's just get rid of the bits we don't need. Tidy all this up as well. Actually, let's do that. Keep the blue where it is. Green 2, actually. Let's could move to the right. Let's be there. Therefore, move that over. That blue over 1, I guess. Why not? Okay, that's that tidied down. 2 lines of white, making 4 lines of white circles. Which I think is correct now. Still not quite got my head around it, but I'm pretty sure that's correct now. They're coming out here. Fine. Then we are cutting them. Same as we were. Well, in there'll be a splitter. And then the outputs get combined. Do I want to simplify that at all? Or still send the 4th one down? I think we're still going to do the square stuff at the bottom here, and then we can do the combining down here. Yeah, I think that's fine. So, same deal really, as it was. There's all of them. Just line them up. So they're going upwards, which yeah, I'm going to need to measure out. That's the full length of the gap. That one doesn't need to. That's going up there. That's going up there, and that's going down there. Just check, top right is the one getting combined with the quarter square. Yep, good. That's there and that's there. Next one up. A lot of that one's moving, really. I've got to copy it anyway. Move some of it so I can copy it again a bit easier. Ah, no, I'm wrong here. We've reduced it, so there's now only 4 of them. Let me put them in. So I don't need to leave room for 8 belts, but I do need to leave room for extras coming from the recycling process. Could juggle these around different, so I get them first. Let's do that. So it's the 3rd one out, right? The bottom lefts are getting reused. Which are, yeah. this one. So we just took all them first. There is a better way. Ooh. New ideas. Use rotators to have all 4 parts on the same, then just grab them. That might help. As much as I said, like, rotating adds a weak point, but it might make things simpler if we did just rotate them so they're all the same, take them where they're going, and then re-rotate them into the useful orientation at the next stage. It's not a bad idea. You still end up with 4 belts coming out, right? But just theory-wise, we could do like that. Need to rotate first. Which is which? So if we rotate them all to be top lefts just for now, and that goes that way, and that way. Everything should be top lefts. Yep. Okay, that works. Then we get 4 lines all the same. Which is, you know, more compact. We can see it's more compact, a bit simpler. We could use the rotators to make 4 lines different. Ooh. In fact, we've got 4 stages, so yeah. The next one, instead of all top lefts, we do all top rights. If I can work that out. Or all something. All I need to do is move it right one each time. And it's all whatever shape this makes. Moving up, don't I? So feed that one into there. This makes all top rights, yeah, okay. And then, this is a good idea, I like this. Keeps it neater in my head. For sure. Grab that much, that goes there. And then move everything to the right one. That type loops around to the start. Although they're all in the wrong place, but never mind. They could live there if I just did that. No. Consistent, we'll just move these up. I can definitely spare the 35 shapes to do it. That should make a different orientation, but all the same. Right, yeah. Move everything to the right one again, so that loops around. That's next to it. That one's still on the end. And then the regular as is goes there. Should give us all the same in the one that's missing, so bottom left. Yep. Cool. Okay. Very helpful. So, if the one at the bottom is going to head down to join with parts of squares, then we want the one at the bottom to be the top right orientation. So swap those two around. This one, don't get it though. What's that, Trobe? IDGI. So we have all 4 parts the same thing, grabbing from there. So yeah, top right is heading down. Just don't see it, you guess. Like the whole, how it's all going to come together kind of thing. It's the same process we've got here. I guess, yeah, I'm not sure I do either. I guess is also true. But it should be fine. We want the one at the top to be the one we're reforming. So that's bottom lefts. Which it already is, bottom lefts. Okay, but we could just point these the other direction. Except you can't flip, can you? No, can't rotate to do what I want either. Yeah, there's no helpful way doing it. Button. Okay, so this process is taking 4 full lines and combining them into 1 full line. Yeah, still not sure how this is all going to fit together, but that's fine. That process is fine. Taking 4 full lines and combining them into 1. Sure. So they're going to be, guess, a layout like we've done in the past. You can put that there and that there. You can. And then how many of those can we have? Or do we need even? Stackers are at 1.75, so we need 8 to form a full belt. But this isn't forming a full belt. Interesting. The output of this is 4 full belts, yeah, because those are getting combined. 4, no. It's 1 full belt. Right? Am I crazy? The input here is 1 full belt, so the output is 1 full belt from this process. This cutter is producing, yeah. Yep. I mean, I can test this if I can get one flowing, can't I? Some readers on it. I think I've got this a bit wrong. The cutter is only doing 3.5 a second, so the 4 outputs combined together is still only 3.5 per second. Yep. And you can combine all 4 together to get your 14 on the belt. Okay, I had that slightly wrong as well then, or completely wrong. That means we don't need all of this. We can do that. That should output at 14. Or, I guess, 13.9 is what it does for some reason. No, it's doing 14. Okay, cool. So it looks like it's not moving at the back, so could it be doing more? confuses me. Or does he just need time to flush through a bit? Like it's just not moving at the back. If there's more, then I want the more. I seem to have something wrong because they're both running at 14. What does the tooltip say for the scissors? Cut shapes into 4 parts. If you use only one part, be sure to destroy the others or it will clog and stall. Speed 3.5 items a second. 3.5, yeah. So, no, I get it. I get it. There's 3.5 in, 3.5 times 4 out. Because there are 4 belts coming out and they're just a quarter of what went in. So it does need to be like this. And 4 separate belts. They should all be doing 14. Why didn't it look like that before? Why doesn't it say 14 now? I know why. I know why I didn't do it before. It's because I combined them. I've created a choke point that's going to slow down everything before it, but if you put bins on the end of them as well, that should speed up to 14. Yeah. Okay. I confused myself for a minute there. This is correct. There are 4 lines coming out. So here, this is a full belt and a full belt. 14 items and 14 items. So we want enough stackers to combine 14 items, which is 8. We can combine those outputs. This is only... Oh, we need to rotate one of them, don't we? Do that one. Just flush that through a bit. It's interesting, not really flowing down the bottom there. It's all good on that side. And it'll get through eventually. Fine. Interesting and fine. This is not a whole belt though, this is a half belt. Should be a half belt. Measure that as well, might as well. But it, you know, it looks right. Those are going to be 14s. This should be 7, but it's not. It's 14. Nope. Why is that confusing me? Two quarters go in at 14. They are combined. So 14 and 14 are combined to make 14. I guess that does make some sense because it's the half, right? The shape is only half the shape. So this is 7 circles, but it's 14 half circles, yeah. It's obvious when you get your head around it. So I need another one of them, but with the other rotations. Then I need to join together them. in another stacking like that. Can we do that the other way round or something? Not really, not in that space. Could do it over here, and then we just loop it or whatever. One of them, that one goes there, that one goes there, but we need to rotate through 180. We should get a full belt of circles out the end. Eventually. What's going on here? Why are they not? They don't need rotating. I did the rotation down here. Silly me. No, they're all good. Full belt of circles. Okay. That is making some sense to me now. We need to take the full belt of circles and do this process to it. Sure. So yeah, I'm going to want to move them around a bit and whatever. Then the output from those four will have to be 4 different ones. The full circles going into the thing. You're right. Yes. And at the end, the factory spits out full circles again. That's a good point, Trollbait. So what we should be doing is taking these 3 and sending them this way as these orientations. So we'd have 5 lines of each of these orientations. And then we could take these 3 and send them with it as quarter belts. But the one on the end needs to go, only the one on the end needs to go through this process. And the circles that are made from that. Yep. Yeah, you're right. This is all, not all, but mostly redundant. For simplicity, I would probably keep all 4 of these going this way. So we'd just take these away. Although, I mean, by that logic, having this extra, like, we're going to have an extra one anyway to take the output from here and process it down. But you're right, there's no point in taking a full belt of circles and making a full belt of circles out of it. Definitely not. So let's switch all them around. First one's going to be like that. Second one's going to be like that. Third one's going to be like that. So that guy needs to join them. These guys join their friends from here. This lot goes this way, but we therefore don't want to rotate it. And no, that doesn't make sense either. Because we're still then just turning a circle into a circle on a quarter of this belt. Why is that confusing me so much? So we do need to do the same here. That needs to go, and that needs to go, and that needs to go. This one goes this way. That's joining here, but that belt is less than a belt. This game crashed your brain too many times. No, this game crashed my brain too few times. Oh, a few times, yeah. It's not, you know, we're pretty deep into it now. I'm not surprised I'm struggling with it, but it's yeah, it's good fun. to get confused by it. So what we've got here, I need to split evenly. Need to make sure it happens evenly. So we'll split off there and there. I need to flush this through big time. But that's fine. It's all still the same orientations going through it. And this is now different. We're not turning a circle into circles, we're turning a quarter circle into circles. That's significant. That then just needs a single cutter, which will fit, you know, somewhere. And that's going to send, you know, like this to join this. The second one to join that one there, that's a partial belt, and that one to join that one, and then this feeds back in here and gets reformed into circles. What do you want to do with the circles? They need to feed back into this identical process, but I'm still not, I guess I still haven't worked out in my head why. What we've made, I've done something wrong, that's the wrong shape. Missing here. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, we've still got the fundamental why are we doing this. Because so it is probably just overcomplicating it, isn't it? Like we said earlier. The reason is we only get 6 output belts if we use 3/4 of everything that goes through, and 1/4 is getting binned over in this process. So the quarter from this process needs to be used, and the only way to do that is to feed it in. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me because we've got that doesn't go that way. We're missing an orientation, but we don't need it. All of, so up here, which one is it that's going in the bin? It's the top left that's going in the bin. All the top left orientation is going in the bin. Like that. Not here, but later. That ends up in the bin. So what we're missing is the top left orientation in the final picture, which we have if we ignore all this. And just grab identical behavior of that. So now we have the top right. Why is it top right? I mean, it's top right because that's what I used here, but then I rotate that? Yeah, so it doesn't need to be top right. Bloody hell. It doesn't even want to be top right, it wants to be top left or bottom right. So here we've got the top left that goes in the final picture, 4 belts of it. The bottom right that goes in the final picture, 4 belts of it. And then a top left, top right, any orientation that is used to form the floating layer. But we need more to do that, which is what these are. Right. So I don't need to take that quarter and reform it, we just needed to rotate it. Okay. Potentially. I mean, it makes sense at the moment, but I'm sure as we build it'll confuse me again. But yeah, that's fine, right? I need those 2 and... It might be that they need to be half and half. Am I crazy on that? Those two are the ones we use in the... Well, they're not, are they? Not literally what we use in the final picture. I think we might just need to build more of it out in order to get my head around this. Also, we could realign this. So they could be aligned with them outputs. Let's do that. Okay. So what is... Let's do some of the square prep. We know we only need 4 now. So squares get cut into halves, and then some of them get cut again. That's fine. Cut the squares into halves. Which, again, just 4 cutters per line. Do that over here, can I? Where can I do that? Down here somewhere. Let me turn them round. That's there, right? Let's get that cutter. Sure. Just do the thing. The thing? Do the thing, yeah. And then... I'm sure the orientation really matters. What way round do we want them? These are... Okay, top. That doesn't really help. But they could be... Why does that work? What do we need? They could be on the right-hand edge, and then we just cut. At some point we need to rotate to get the floating layer, sure. So we're joining... I do need rotating... Whatever, let's have them all left halves. Is that right? No, it's 4 lines, isn't it? No, because we're cutting them in half. It's just 2 lines because it's in half. So we end up with 8 lines of half squares. Sure. And all facing the same direction is fine. Of those... I'm sure this is even the best thing to do first. I think the other one might be better to do first. Let's do that. So we'll bring... I'll do some stacking underneath here of, well, it doesn't really matter, but 2 opposite corners. So if that's top left, let's make these bottom rights. Do them heading this way. Down a bit, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Get us the 14. Let's do that and that. get that shape, that's what I'm after. Probably base that a few times. 4 times. Which is which? That's the near side. Not that that matters, but you know. There we go. So that's giving us 4 lines, turning 8 lines into 4 lines of this orientation. Half of a circle. Then want to take 4 lines of half squares. And they're going to get, whatever the word is, stacked. Is that good in that orientation? Do I need to rotate? If you put that there, then we need to rotate and cut. So we can rotate afterwards. It's fine. Before or after doesn't make a difference. Into the tops and then it should make the weird funny shapes that we're then going to cut. Yep. We want to rotate either way. And they're going into cutting, which we can do straight away, I guess. Just in half. That's what we're after. 4 cutters. Why is this not running? What have I missed? That bit about there. Okay. Cool. That comes through. They come out of here. So the left half is the bit we use in the final picture. It also just needs rotating counterclockwise. Which... How do we do this? The bit on the right is the bit that's going in the bin. Although... in this case we can't rotate and join them. We need to... join there and there. And it's going in the bin. And that is the shape we're after, but it needs to be rotated. Which you can do at that point. Check our throughput there, should be getting the 14. And that's the bottom half of the final shape. Good. Seems correct. Though for whatever reason this half is getting binned and flowing quicker than this half is. Okay. A full belt. It might be more than a full belt if I've misjudged, but that's... No, it can't be because there's only a full belt going in. That's good. Do the same to all of them. And we have 4 full belts of the bottom half. So something's not quite right based on how I think this will end up, but you know, I could be wrong. Probably was wrong. Things won't end up how I'm expecting. What have we got left then? We've got 4 belts of half squares and 8 belts of quarter circles with which to make the top half, which is fine. So instead of cutting these into quarters, these ones we into halves, these ones we cut into quarters. and orient them all to be the top right. Yeah. So that's top right. That needs to go counterclockwise, 180 and clockwise. Needs to move down a bit. Deal with that in a second. Which we could have taken, I guess, taken the fewer belts somewhere else and then done this. But never mind. We've now got 8 lines of quarter squares to take to join the 8 lines of quarter circles. So they're down there and they're up there, so we're not, I don't know, we're going to head up or... There's the hub. Kind of want to do it down here, maybe? Don't know. It's a bit awkward. Just want to get them down here. Or they go up there, or maybe I do move this. Pull the squares from somewhere else. Okay. Take that to be up here. Just need 2 belts of squares up there. Which could take from over here. Or is that going to get in the way? Might get in the way. Let's go from over here. Bit far, but it's fine. Okay. So that's 8 quarter belts. They're going into stacking like this. Not 8 belts of quarters. How many do I need? Like 8 units like this? Yeah. Sure. If they're running that direction... Let's grab that again. Let's have them this way round. Circles on the left edge. It's not the left. No, and then squares, yeah, under them. Look like they're in the right spot. Guess we'll find out. Oh, do I have... No, I don't have these in the right orientation. Damn. The circles are not all pointing the same way. What do they need to be? So we've made the bottom half, so they need to be top lefts. And so, yeah, wipe that out. That is top left. Let's make a copy of that there. It's funny how it's come together, based on like the processes we had up here, and it's just not like that, just was wrong. Rotating them works better. We're still binning some things. I'm not sure how this is going to come together, actually. It's interesting. Yeah, really not sure. Oh, yeah, I do know. I do know. We are coming to the point where we clash with things again. This isn't right, but we need to do all the stages to see why it's not right. That's fine. We're getting close to that point now. Because we've got 8 belts of the top half and 4 belts of the bottom half, and we need 6 and 6. So that's where we've gone wrong. Sure. So we need to adjust around that. I mean, yeah, we're here now. We've got 8 belts of the top half there. Although some of them are wrong there. And only 4 belts of the bottom half. So if we just joined, like, knocked off half of this and whatever feeds into it, we could make 4 full belts, but we were aiming for 6. Worst part is the scissors can choke. Hmm. Ah, yes. I see what you mean. Like, if we don't get everything flowing evenly into something, you know. If one of the outputs is slower, they're all slower. Yeah. Man, it's confusing. So if we wanted to just have 6 of these, we would cut off what's here, which is, trace it back, half of a belt of squares and half of a belt of white circles. We instead want to feed them into doing more of this. So half of a belt of squares and half of a belt of circles. And we end up with 2 belts of quarters and 2 belts of quarters. And the theory's still the same, we just want to come down and do what we're doing down here. So I just need to move all of this down a lot. Let's just go for a lot for now. Clear that out. We want to do 2 more of these. Which means moving all that. Not necessarily. We can just run along this side. So if we bring... No, this isn't right. This is where we join the circles together. So it's only going to be 1 more of them. We need a top left and a bottom right. So here we got top left. We just need to change this one to make bottom rights instead. And then, yeah, move all this over 1. Send the bottom rights. I mean, we can do this tidier. If we cut this, do them there. Realign them. Do both of them that way. Send them down there. Something's still not right, is it, you know? But still. There's nothing we can do about this. Like, what do we do? Because we're now sourcing the squares in different areas, it just doesn't really make sense to send this lot down here. Like, why not just mine up more, basically? Got all this. And it's just half the output, and it is. And then down here we just do an extra one. It's not like perfect ratio, and I do like having perfect ratio, but, you know, if it's unnecessary. We only need half of them as well. That's fine. Just move them all left one. Move these left one. We now have 5 of each of these, which still doesn't seem to be correct. For some reason. They would feed into them and we'd end up with 5 lines of the bottom half and 6 lines of the top half. What have I got wrong there? All I've done is taken that half and put it down here, so it's half and half, so it's still the equivalent of 4 lines of squares, 4 lines of circles. We should get 6 lines out the other end, because one of the lines is going in the bin here. So why is this 5 and not 6? And we can see that it isn't. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because we just took half of the circles away, so we should take more. But then there wouldn't be enough feeding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, something's not right. I don't know where the problem is. 4 full belts come in, that means 16 lines come out. 8 of which... no, other way round. Because that's binning half of what goes into it, there's your problem. You can't get that. Ratio is off there. You want to send 1/3 to this process and 2/3 to this process. Of the 2/3, half of that, 1/3 goes in the bin and 1/3 carry on. Then you've got 1/3 and 1/3. So of the 16 outputs, 1/3 need to go this way. And 1/3 of 16 is 5 and 1/3. So at the moment we've got 6 lines heading this way, and it shouldn't be. It should be 5 and 1/3 of a line going that way. So if we took this line and evenly split it into 3, which we can't do. How will you evenly split? That's half and half, that's quarters. Split it into 8, 16. You need to split it into a big number to get 1/3, right? No, you can do what we've done in Factorio in the past. You feed the line in there and feed that back in on itself. And it's equivalent enough. This will produce lines of 1/3. So we could then take 2/3 to come down, sure. So how do we do that? That line's coming down. This is then split again, with that feeding back in. That's fine. So that means 5 and 1/3? No. What's that doing? They're splitting it into thirds. No, it's not. Made a mess there, really, haven't I? Let's try that again. Do we need to do more like that? And do you need to do the stuff where you feed it into... you know... do this. And turn that around or something, I guess. Yeah, that might make it neater. One goes into there. That one back into itself, and these two join this. I'm not sure if that even works in Shapez. Should do. I guess. The theory's the same. It's probably just unnecessary, would be my guess. Don't need them to touch everything like that. Probably, but let's say we do that just to finish the thought in my head. A third are now going this way and 2/3 are coming this way. The 2/3 could be combined. Sure, like that. So we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 2/3 coming this way. Which means don't want to join them. What we want is move everything again. One to the right. That one there, and that one next to it. Well, this needs to move out of the way. How far? It's the same process, so there, maybe, if I'm lucky. This needs to go under and under, but be rotated, so that should be a bottom right. 180 degree. Do that there. Getting somewhere with it. Not sure if it's somewhere useful. Go under once more. Copy this again. I am lucky, that is the right spot. That one into there. That one into there. So the bottom set here is not doing a full belt. It's doing 2/3 of a belt. So we could cut some machines out. I'm not going to, but we could. And just run them at 2/3 of speed. But you know, there you go. Move on that left one. Move on this left one again. Put it there, joins there. So we now have still not something's still not quite right, is it? I've sorted out the circles but not the squares because the math needs to be the same. We've got 5 1/3 of the circles coming here, but 6 of the squares. Because there's 6 of them. So if we were doing 5 1/3, we would need 1/3 of this machine, which we could take one of these output lines, we could send 2 of them the other way to do the other part of the picture, and the 4th needs to be fed back in on itself, which is what we're doing here, feeding it back in on itself. That's where the reconstituting the full shape came in. It was feeding it back in on itself. This is a better way of doing that, an easier way of doing that. With the rotation involved, that simplifies it. Here I'm not going to take half of that machine and send it all the way down here again, so we're overproducing quarter squares there. We also need to overproduce half squares down here. We can't underproduce them or produce the right amount. How many do we need to make? Well, we need 5 2/3 of a line here. So that's 5 3/4, so that is enough. But we could just, I mean, why risk it? Just do a full one. That's slightly inconsistent, have I? Let me fix that. That should be forward one. Yeah, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6, but that'll do the job. So we can now feed them in. It's not quite in the right spot. Need one more. Still not right, is it? Something's still not right. Oh boy, who knew it would take so long to get my head around this? Well, really only because I'm trying to get the correct ratio and stuff. We could just build the shape. It doesn't really matter how much we make and how we do it. That's too far. There we go. Yeah, really does not matter, this. Oh well. There. So that is making 5 2/3 belts of the bottom half. And this is making 5 1/3 of the top? What? Nope, no idea. It should be 6. Why isn't it 6? What have I done here? The issue is 1/3 of the outputs from here need to go there. That is what I've done, but I can't evenly spread that out. And it's irrelevant. Because 1/3 of the outputs of here was 5 1/3 of a line, but it needs to be 6. Six would only be if there's 18 and there's 16. I just don't understand it, I think, is the whole thing. The math of it. Feeding the shape back in doesn't change anything, so in the original, just laying all the individual bits out we did up here to make it, it should be 1/3 of the output. No, because that's where it's wrong. The 1/3 isn't right, it's quarters. This process is quarters. So what am I saying? It's not that a quarter goes to the top and 2 quarters go to the bottom. I guess it is, but only if you bin off the other quarter involved. That's the whole issue, but it doesn't... I think I've just got it wrong. it's not going to make 6 lines. It is going to make 5 1/3 of a line. Like, that's just how it is. It isn't going to make 6 lines. In which case, I'm not really happy with that. I mean, what do we do? About 2 hours of building this all out in order to get to this point? But I guess we had to build it all out for me to understand at all. But the way that it comes together, yeah, we don't get what I'm after. We get 5 1/3 of a line, which I'd rather just have like 4 and imperfect ratios to achieve it. That's 5 1/3 of the top. This is 5 2/3. No, 2/3 come this way and are combined into 1/3. So here we only needed 1/3. It's 5 1/3 of the top and 5 1/3 of the bottom that we've got. Which, yeah. Okay. If we didn't want to do that, what do? We bin off more, right? Is how we do it. We dig up more and bin off more, is the other approach. So you do... ...16 mines and bin off half of everything. Well, what's no point in doing that. No, it... Yeah. Still can't get my head around it. We have to bin something off in order to form the floating layer. Or, you know... It's not being used in this process. I'm binning it. You could use it elsewhere. Some of it has to go, so... Of the stuff feeding in, if more of it went... it would balance out differently. I could just wipe out the third that's involved here. I might be happy with that. Oh, I seem to have done something silly there. I have, yeah. Because we still need the half that I moved down from up there. So there, sure. I'm inclined to just delete all this and start again. Not all of it, but most of it, and start again. Trying out a different ratio of it all. This simplifies it. It's wasteful, but it simplifies it a lot. How does that look in this process, though? We want the same number of top halves as bottom halves, and we can quite easily make 4 bottom halves. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I remove all that, because we had that before. Removes all of that. And a couple of these which we'll juggle around after. 2, no, what have I done there? I've cut some in the middle, never mind. It's there, the inputs need fixing. So that means cutting out a whole bunch of these as well. Just removing all of that. In some fashion. Yeah, it's hard to rework things. I kind of do want to just delete big chunks instead. Easier to work out what I'm doing. There's 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, yep, and 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 lines there and 4 lines there. They will, like I say, juggle them around a bit. And those 4 bits come out the end there. That's fine. The 4 inputs here, we need 4 lines with bottom rights. 4 lines with top lefts, so that needs changing to that. Bottom rights and top lefts. Sure. And then I'll be getting somewhere in my head, but not sure it's where I'm trying to get. So that is making that. 2 lines of full circles end up as 4 lines of quarter circles, and 4 lines of quarter circles going in the bin. Yes. Okay. It's just 4 lines of circles, sure. So the other half of the picture, we just don't need as much because we're not putting it in the bin. Right. So my thought process here, I'm half right. There's no point in mining the extra up just to put it in the bin, so we get rid of them. These have to go in the bin because we're using them to form the shape. The other ones not so much. So it's 6 lines up would create 8 lines out. For whatever reason. What we've got at the moment down there is 3 of each up. We'll make 4 lines out. So we don't need that. Here we only need 4, so we can cut them off the edge for there too. They go into there, them. Not sure what's going on with them yet. That makes 4 tops, 4 bottoms. Same deal here, we just don't need any of that anymore. A line of the circles is not needed. Which means some of the white dye is not needed. Instead of 2 lines, we just need 1.5 lines, but you can't get half a line, so that's fine to stay as it is. That comes out. This lot is all top lefts, yeah. So that would go in there. Let's jump a bit further now. Some stuff would still need rearranging, but you know, this isn't necessarily the final thought on the matter. Okay. So layout not great, but they plug into here. Not that one, that one. Okay. So that is from 3 lines of squares and 3 lines of circles, making 4 lines of top halves, 4 lines of bottom halves, and throwing a bunch in the bin. Why does that work? Oh, because a third of the output goes this way and 2/3 of the output goes this way. That ends up in the bin. Interesting. I still don't get it, but but it's, you know, making more. It's working, so it must be right. But yeah, getting my head around it, not so sure. I'm just on completely the wrong thing here. I'm going to delete all of this because it's probably just sending me in the wrong direction with my thoughts. So let's finish the process. Got top half and bottom half, we just need to join them together, which is 4 lots of this whole thing. So let's tidy it up. Or do I want to... obviously we're making 4 belts at the moment, somehow. And I was thinking of doing more. So if I'm going to scale it up, we need to scale it up now. Do I want to bother? I don't think I do. I think we'll, you know, in the time it's taken me to get my head around this, we're at 1 million of the last shape. So I think we'll do the 4. And then when the next shape is unlocked, we'll spend so long bashing my head against that that we'll be fine. So let me trim this. Move it over. Can come down. Should be over 1, I guess. Sure. That's fine. That's tidied up a bit. That's no longer got a machine there. Sure. That's fine. Again, probably could be tidied up a bit, but that's fine as it is. They're all good. These inputs could be tidied up. Sure. Move that to the right a bit. Join everything together to feed it in somewhere. Let's go with this way. Bring these up. It's just this to combine them all again. Could go the other way around though, couldn't I? Where's the hub? Up there. Sure. Let's put them on the end of here then. I'm hoping this is the shape done, but you know. It looks right. Let's feed that into the hub. There we have it. Line is not running. It's gone wrong there. It's not poking. There we go. There they come. It's fine, we're going to cut them out in a minute. Well, you know, soon enough. It is the right shape, the number is ticking up. should be 4 full belts. The last one's just speeding up now. Looks good. Okay. Still can't quite work out how. So with the rotation instead of reforming, like that's what makes the difference. And it's just a third is going in the bin, or half of what goes this way. So it's top half and bottom half. Half of what goes to the bottom half is going in the bin. Therefore, of everything we're putting in, 1/3 is going in the bin. That's because that's how you balance it out. So how... and because the final shape is half a square and half a circle, 3 in and 3 in, which is 6 in, 2/3 come out, that's 4 out. I'm kind of getting my head around it. Cannot. No, now we wait, I guess. Yeah. Just to unlock the next shape would be the main thing. Or we scale this up now. Which is just, copy, paste everything that's here, double it up. Not the end of the world. But I am inclined to just, wait, get the next shape, and then we'll deal with that one instead. And while we're dealing with that one, this will tick in fast enough for everything else. I'm sure it'll be fine. Not bad going. I'm hoping we never have to do that again. But I'm sure the next shape will be even more complicated. Man. It ended up quite neat though. Not unhappy with that. The layout and everything, not bad. Just have to hope the next thing we're trying to make goes into the bottom edge of the hub or something. Oh, we can juggle around. It's fine. I think what I will do while we're waiting for that to tick in, I'll leave it running, but I'll just take a quick break because we have been going 2 hours and I'm overheating a little. Hang on, spoke too soon. We're not getting enough bottom halves because we're not getting enough of this shape, because we're not getting enough white circles, not enough white dye. The extractors here are broken. I must have accidentally deleted something, haven't I? What do I need? Just 2 lines of red. How can I do that neater? That'll do. Yeah, I must have accidentally deleted it at some point. Or done something silly. That should fix that. Okay. That'll fix that. I'll leave it running while I take a quick 5-minute break. Top the drink up, cool down a bit. And then hopefully by the time I'm back we'll be able to unlock the next shape. And we'll start trying to digest what that's going to take. So I will see you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back. Oh, just in time. Look at that. 24.8 thousand. Level 20 complete. It's I guess one of those games. It doesn't feel great to complete the level. As much as it's cool to kind of bring things together, understand them finally. It just means there's a new shape to make, which is really scary. We've unlocked the wiring layer, which, yeah, with my experience in Factorio, it shouldn't be too complicated, but I've not seen it in Shapes before, so it'll be interesting to see what we can do with wiring, whether it's worth it or anything. We've also unlocked the quad painter, so I'm guessing that's paint 4 things, so we use half as many quad painters as double painters, hopefully. And yeah, press E to get the wiring layer. Okay, understood. Do I want to watch it? I think we'll leave it for now. And then we can do the wiring tutorial when I really don't understand it. Okay, so to unlock the item filter, sounds like fun. We need to make... It's red and white alternating circles. That's not very complicated. Making it at scale is a bit complicated, but it's not very complicated. It's nowhere near as complicated as the one we just did. Because it's just the same shapes, 2 shapes. If I... we have that kind of shape over here somewhere. These things. Stop them moving so we can see them. It's just lots and lots of this shape combined and stacked together in red and in white. It's not, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't look very complicated. Sure. We only need circles and every colour of dye, and that's all we need. Which, around here somewhere might be good. They're all in this kind of area. We could work down, around, and back up into the bottom of the hub. Where else? I think here's good. So I'm just going to do what we did last time, actually. Let me leave a note that this is where I want to build in the future. Might not be enough circles here, actually. We'll see. I could leave a marker, I guess. That's the sensible way, isn't it? Leave a little there. Sure. I just want somewhere else where we can play with it like we did before. Just get the ideas together. I mean, up here where we did it before is fine with me. Let's make a bit of white dye. There is a... Where was that? That was another one Troll8 shared in the Discord, I think. A neat way of doing white, like this, I think. Doing it from memory now. I could just go look at it, but this is fine with me. You need like a compact splitter or something. I'm going to have to look it up if I want to. It doesn't matter right now. We can look it up when we're actually doing it, I guess. We could have done it for the last one. Never mind. I think 21 is easy. Level's supposed to serve as a tutorial for the quad painter, but it's doable without it. Interesting. But it would have made more sense to me if it was like a tutorial for the wiring, as that's way more complicated. Unless I'm missing something, the quad painter's just paints 4 things. Which, I guess you want lots of things the same colour, so that does make some sense on this shape, yeah. Interesting. What speed? So I'm mining at 8. These do... Doesn't really matter, does it? Just want to do some messy, get it done kind of stuff. bit of white. There's a bit of red. And I guess here's a bit of circles. Okay. So what's the best way of doing this? Cut them into quarters. Combine the opposite angles. Which I think, rather than juggling, just rotate them. So top right, bottom left, top right. Well, I guess I want maybe the other way. I can just rotate that afterwards, that's fine. Ah, interesting. Colour it first. Sure, red. Do the same with the white. With some other circles, sure. And then you take, or you combine them. Or every layer is then combined, so sure. I mean, they might as well join as well. Just grab a, this'll do. Place them with them. Hello, keyboard. Just felt like scrolling up, did you? Thank you. I've done something silly here, haven't I? Oh, because I was rotating them, we don't need to do that. They can all be the same at this point. Don't think I'm misreading the shape. Can get the... is it that button? Yeah. No, I'm not. That is what I thought it was. Upgrade available. It doesn't really matter which of these we do because everything we've built is going to be choked by the others until we upgrade them, so make it belts so that everything looks faster. That's interesting. The next shape is not the one we're currently working on. That changes things. And that is a complicated one. Still not as complicated as the one we just did, I don't think. Or I wouldn't say, but very complicated. Is that the level 22 shape, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. We'll work on the one we're doing for now and see how it goes. That does need rotating. Right. So yeah, alternating, rotating, fine. So we end up with that shape that's half white and half red, and then we just split them out. So it's this kind of process. Split them 180-degree rotation? No, 90-degree rotation. And get that. So that's the bottom layer is white in the bottom right. Then it's red. Then white, then red. So you just take these and do the same thing. Nope. Why not? Because this time we don't need to rotate it. And that's the shape. I mean, there's a way of checking, not fast, but if we just try and put one into the hub, if it's the right shape, then the number will go up. Good. Okay. I have understood what we're trying to make. That's a nice change. So the process is here. Yeah, not bad. Make white dye. Simple enough. Colour the circles half and half. Cut them and reform them. Create the halves, combine them, stack them and stack them. So we want to do twice as many of this stage as this stage. We need to do twice as many of that stage as this stage, and this stage is taking in a half circle. So however many of that stage we do is the number of circles we dig up, and that's half the final. Simple ways, and the finished thing is 4 circles on top of each other. So for every belt of the finished thing, we need 4 belts of circles. Half white, half red. So if I want 4 belts of the finished product, I need 4 white and 4 red. No? No. 2 white, 2 red. If I want 4 belts of the finished product, I need... My brain's ticking. It's getting there. Each shape is 4 circles. There are 2 white and 2 red in 1 belt. So 2 belts is 4 and 4. 4 belts is 8 and 8. Yeah. So I need 8 belts of white circle and 8 belts of red circle. No. Because I said it's twice what we're doing here. Why am I so confused? One belt out is 4 circles in. Yeah. Yeah, that long. So if I want 4 belts out, I need that many and half a red and half a white. That is correct. 8 of each. Okay. So I need somewhere that has 16 belts of circles available to us. And if we're going to use quad painter, then 4 belts of each colour. And twice as much red, sure. So here, it does not have 16 circles. Definitely not. We need somewhere with more circles. A bigger patch of circles. I haven't seen many big patches of anything, really. And further out, it doesn't seem to have circles, it has weird shapes. Although some ruined there. Maybe I need to go much further out. Let's have a look. We want to be down here if we can. Those are big squares, so it might exist a long way away. Now we're a very long way away and I haven't seen any. Okay. Let's try at a bit of an angle. More squares. Nope, I just have to go a different way then. Try down this way. There's a big circles. And another one here. Okay. And there. Right, this looks like an okay-ish area. How many can I get from this patch? Hmm. 12, 13, 14, 15, and one odd one. What if... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. Not the neatest thing in the world, but not bad. I'll be quite happy with that. And then we can make white behind it over here. Send it this way. Send it up and over a bit, but that's fine. Can cut across and up in straight lines or whatever. It's a long way away. But if that's where we have to be able to get the shape done easy, then so be it. Once it's flowing, it's flowing. I don't think the distance really matters. It's just the time it takes when you change something or deconstruct something over here to feed back to the hub would be longer. Oh well. Let's... how are we going to do this? Might actually turn them around. There we go. What did I say about paint 4 of each will let us quad paint 16? No, that's not right then, is it? Oh, hang on. I may have misunderstood what this does. Oh, I have. Allows you to colour each quadrant of the shape individually. Right. Now I see what we mean. Only slots with a truthy signal will be painted. So we can skip some if you don't want to colour them. Right. Interesting that it does 7 items a second. It's fast. So you'd feed in here, out there, and then... I don't know what order things work in. Doesn't show you in the picture, does it? Kind of. The second input is the bottom right. The fourth input is the top left. Trial and error, I guess. So we could feed in red, white, in order to make the layer like this. Interesting. That seems like a more efficient way of doing it. I mean, having learned that this doesn't do what I thought, let's go back to the play area and give it a go this way round. So... feed a circle in, and then red and red. Getting them fed in might be a bit messy, but I'm sure there's a way of doing it neater. Okay, but then we need to wire. What's that one? A switch. Don't think we need a switch. A wire and a wire crossing. Maybe we... Right. A switch and a wire. And you turn the switch on in order to wire them all. And if you only wired into one of them, it only paint one of them short. That's how we get back here. Then we can do the things we had before. With a rotated one there. Same again. No, don't rotate that one. Yeah. It is the wrong way round, but sure. Okay. Understood. Much cooler machine than I thought it was. And that is a lot more condensed than what we had before, I think. It's just how we can neatly get the colours in. How could we do that? Especially because we're alternating. It's not like we can do two next to each other the same and then the other two the other colour. No, no, we can't. So you've got like to be away one and like that. Not awful. Each shape is then taking more ink though. So the whole point of the double painter was to reduce your ink consumption by half. The quad painter will increase the ink consumption by 4, each shape needing 2 bits of red now and 2 bits of white. That might change where we do things, how we do things, but this means we don't need to do any cutting and reassembling, which is nice. I like that. That layout's fine. Kind of. How do we input? I'm just like from here, I guess. Under there. That's where the shape runs. Sure. And the next one back. Wouldn't necessarily be back, actually. Oh, that's interesting. How many do we need? Like a line of circles. There's an upgrade ready. Extraction, sure. A line of circles is 16. The numbers are unbalanced because of the upgrades. Let's call it 14. And each machine is doing 7. So you need 2 machines per belt. Which is awkward. If we do that... like that, I guess. Belt of circles goes in, and then that'll consume... well, 2 belts of red. Right. So that's a bit pointless. Yeah, it's annoying just how it fits together. It's a bit annoying. Makes it a bit not neat, but it's okay. Can we do it different? Not nicely. If the machine is doing 7 items per second and it needs 2 inputs of red, then it's going to consume 14 red per second. So it's 1 belt of colour per machine. Each machine making half of a belt out. Which means the final shape is... oh, bloody hell. Every 2 machines makes a layer, so 8 machines make 1 belt of the final shape. 8 machines make 1 belt of the final shape, which would mean each belt of the final shape needs 16 belts of red. quad painter eats so many colours it makes calculations complicated. Yeah. Yeah, 16 belts of red for 1 belt out of finished product is crazy, because I want 4 belts of finished product. That's 64 belts of red dye. We can't afford that. Where were we? Over here. We might not need to be over here, but 64 belts of it? It's impossible. Not impossible, it's crazy. I mean, 64 belts of white, I guess, is the crazy one, because that's 64 belts of every other colour combined together across a whole bunch of clusters. It would be huge. I mean, it's doable, but is it worth it at that point? The machine's a bit messy to organise. Not awful, but not good. Running that many belts of colour around the place would be horrible. The alternative requirement is just that we need to cut. Just, yeah, I find it quite weird, actually. The purpose of the double painter is to reduce the consumption, and the quad painter is designed to increase the consumption. It would have been more interesting if you fed a colour in and used the wires to control which layers or which quadrants that colour went on. So for this case we'd have 2 machines. One does the red on 2 and the next one does the white on the other 2. I think that would have been nicer. And I mean, we can, you know, you can do that with this, but you'd need to feed 2 red and not 1 red. Which I'd rather feed 1 red in. Or less than 1 even. Okay. There are 2 ways of doing this. I need to pick which one I'm going to do. The other one was like, yeah, cut, reform, reform. Just seems easier. I don't know. Because the things to like cut and reform are the same shape, same blocks that we've been using so far. Copy paste and there we go. And it all made sense when I laid it out the first time. It's just having realised the quad painter doesn't do what I thought it did. Kind of wanted to use it. I just can't. 64 lines of red and 64 of white to get our 4 belts out. It doesn't even seem correct. 4 belts is 8 belts of each colour? No, 4 belts of each colour. Which is, yeah, 4 4s and then 4 inputs on each of them. So 16 by 4, yeah, 64. Say in theory I wanted to do it with the nearby patches. I have to maximise them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not really, yeah, not really maximising that. It's the best way around this. Start in the middle bit. Can't get that out of the middle. Do that. Gonna miss out on that one on the end. That's okay, I guess. Unless... no, there's no real way of wiggling around that. No, there's not. Could we do that differently? Not easily? Okay. That's probably not the ideal. There's bits there I haven't mined off, but there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 on that one patch. So we'd need 4 patches like that to get the red. And then we need another 4 patches like that to make white from. Plus the green and the blue. I mean, it's doable. They exist on the map. And it's interesting, maybe. I find it interesting. I don't think it's the best way of doing it. I think just cutting them, colouring them with the double painter and reforming them is the best way of doing it. But I'm interested in using it. You know, if we're not going to use it now, we may never use it, so why don't we? Try and bring together enough to do this. Doesn't really matter where. Do I still need the same number of circles? Yeah. There's still 4 layers, so I still need this many circles. They can come from there then. Where have I got enough reds, greens and blues? In sorts of different directions, I guess. I'd like to do it half neat, even if that means mining off more patches. 2 quad to make a complete carpet of 1 layer. 2 belts of red and white per quad, so 6 reds and 6 whites. 2 quads do 1 layer. Yep. So that's 2 quads is 1 belt in, 1 layer out. One belt in, 1 layer out. So you need that 4 times. And that all gets combined. Not like that, with that. I mean, just illustrating it, but there we go. That makes 1 out. So 4 in makes 1 out. And, yeah. 4 in makes 1 out. And that is... Each quad is taking 1 belt of colour, so each of these needs 2 red, 2 white. And that is likewise. Shame there isn't like a notes or a scribbling or something I could. Each of those clusters is 2 reds, 2 whites. And 1 circles, and that we need or want a whole bunch of times. 4 times to be precise. Would it tell me how many? Tells me it cost 180 to paste it, but that doesn't tell me how many pieces I've got, unless it's 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's 32. 32 lines of red. 32 of white. And 16 of circles. Have I got that right? I have on the circle front, definitely. 1 line for every 2 machines. Every machine needs 1 and 1. Because it... is that right? 1 and 1? Yeah. Yeah. Am I crazy? No, I think that's right. They're pulling a belt. So So there we need a belt of red for both of them, a belt of white for both of them, a belt of red for both of them. So each cluster needs 2 of each. Yeah, that's right. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. 16. 2, 4, 6, 8. 16. 32. 32 reds, 32 whites. Does that make sense? That the die needed is twice as much as the circles needed. Twice as much. That doesn't... I would expect it to be 4 times as much because there's 4 inputs and we're using them all. So each machine is 1 circle and 4 colours. No, each machine is half a circle. Yep. That makes more sense. Right, 32 then. That's slightly easier than 64. Can I still keep it vaguely neat at all? Nine, 10, 11, 12... 13, 14, 15, 16, 23. It's not very efficient use of that square, I don't think. That's a bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25. $26. Sure. 27. 27. Remember that. Let's get the upgrade for whatever. $28, $29, $30, $31, $32. Sure. Don't know if that's better or if I should just do it messy. You know, messier. We should maybe maximize each one a bit better. Look, I like nice, neat straight lines and everything, but still. Maximize it better, yeah, somehow. Squeeze quite a few there. I'll get them pointing the right way. Yep, looks good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And that's not a complete one, so that doesn't matter. Okay. 19, I'm going to forget that. Never mind. How can we do this? I mean, we'll move them forward 1. There's going to be a missing patch, I'm sure, no matter what I do. So might as well do that. Maybe. Two, 3, 4, 5. We can do much about that. We'll change them as well, which, yeah. Okay. Kind of. That's really worth that mess for. That can go under. Would we get the same amount if I rearranged? Don't know. Doubt it. It's a mess, but there we go. It'll be tidier when we bring the lines together and everything. It's fine. Was this 19? Can't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $19, $20, $21, $22, $23, $24, $25, $26, $27, $28, $29, $30, $38. $41, $42, $43, $44, $46, $47, $48. $49, $50. $53, $54, $55, $57, and then, yeah, $59. Yeah, a little bit more. Let's go from here. $64 red, half for red and half for white. Use the green here to try and get 32 green. $16, $17, $18, $20, 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21, 21, okay. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, there's 32 green, so we just need 32 blue. We can get that from here. $16, $19. I think it's worth fiddling around. It's 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Couldn't keep that a bit tidier, couldn't we? Take one away, add a straight one there, so 2 more messy ones can go away. Okay, blue's quite neat then. There's another couple there, but no, that's fine. That's fine. Blue's the neatest of them. $16. So is that? Okay, cool. That's a hell of a mess, but sure, that should be enough dye to do what we're after. I don't really need that guide anymore. So I guess we bring them together and make the white somewhere back here, maybe. Let's do that then. How much do we need? If we've got 32 lines of each colour, we're looking for 32 lines of white out. The ratio doesn't change once everything's upgraded to the same tier, so we just need... Well, how about that new layout? I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 machines. It's the important bit. Let me just tab over to Discord for a second. Where was that? There it is. Just lay a bit of it out and then I can work out where it's going to go and stuff. So you have the same old splitty thing we usually do. Then the mixer. And the other mixer's this way round. Okay. That makes sense. It creates a bigger vacuum there. That goes under. Then there's this one running under there. And under there. And because we've got the compact splitter, that can feed into there. Cool. So you have 1, 2 and 3 input colours. And then that joins to there. We need to copy a bit more. What am I missing here? That should be forward one. Sure, you just copy that much. And they should join up. Looks good. Cool. And then white comes out this side. Nice. Cool. Like it. Come on, let's stop messing around. There we go. Okay. So that's what we're looking for. Not sure how we split into that. Well, each one, yeah, that's fine. We need another 2 machines in each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5. That's fine. So that's where it ends. Like that. Yep, that's good. Each bit looks like that, and then it's feeding a whole line in, which is going to be the messy thing because we're going to be running 3 lots of 32 lines across the top of all the machines, which is wild. It's going to take up a lot of space. Sure. If that's the length of it, though, I would quite like that to line up. Doesn't need to, but line up here maybe. If we need these shapes in the future, we're pretty much doomed, so never mind that. Put them there. It needs to be left of... that could be awkward. Wiggling everything around is going to be very awkward. Is there another? There's another green over there. Okay. I'm going to swap these to over there then. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's a bit more manoeuvrable, I think. And then that can be there, so we're going to have... leave a little gap. 1, 2, 3, 4... 8, 16... 32 lines of the first colour. Except the underground can only go 8, I think. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's to take one of the colours. 2 and 3. That's all of the colours. Sure, I mean, I think it's going to be an absolute mess, but why not? Could we do it differently, like 1, 2, 3. So go red, green, blue, maybe. There's going to be a lot of mess, whatever we do. Could try that though. Let's try that. Although all the blues are coming from here, that doesn't make a lot of sense then. Because we'll have to juggle them around. No, let's put all the blues in first. We'll have to juggle them around whatever we do. Going to take a lot of belt building. I hope we do not need to move this ever. But I assume that we will at some point. I'm going to leave gaps around the place in case we do need to go under with anything. We are running out of space, but you know, we can use other nearby patches if we can't maneuver things around these ones. It's fine. There are enough, close enough. Some of the blues, we get them plugged in. Let's try and make a straight lines with everything. It's kind of a mess however we do this. These ones this way. Ooh, there's the last upgrade. So we are now at the next tier. And everything being equal, it should just speed up across the board, so all good. They only want 20,000 of these shapes for the next tier, so that's pretty cool. We don't need more of them. That can tick away. It'll be a while before we make that next shape as well, because we've got to deal with this one first. These ones up and over the top. It's just, yeah, crazy. But interesting. So that gives me the first one. Yeah, we're going to need to move out of the way of all this at some point. Oops, wrong button. We really left gaps in this direction, have I? Oh well. Just have to go round. It's gone wrong here. Can we just not count? Yeah, we need 4 sets going in, don't we? Not 3. Oops. Means that red patch here is going to get in the way. We'll have to move out. Just get rid of it, and we'll work it out later. The other approach was probably the way to go. But oh well. It'll be fun when this is done. This green patch is going to be in the way as well. Or at least some of it, but let's clear it out. We have 1 million blueprint shapes. That's nice. Okay, there's blues lined up. We could plug them in too. Okay, one. I want to squish these closer than usual, just to save a bit of space. Yeah, let's go for it. We'll do them in blocks though. Blocks of 8, like we have the lines maybe. There's a block of 8. And we'll leave a gap of 2. Or maybe a bit more. Then it's kind of redundant if we leave more of a gap. Leave a gap of 2. That's 16. There's all 32 of them. I mean, we've got space to work in all the way out here. It's not really a problem. It's just a bit crazy. We'll plug them into the first inputs. You need them undergrounds there, do I? They were just to measure, not actually doing anything. Cool. Oh, I can copy some of that as well. Might help me line things up a little. Go. There's all the blue inputs. Let's get, I guess it's reds next. Lined up into the next 4. That red patch is probably going to get in the way of bringing the greens in. Well, the greens could come from up here. In and down, or even from these patches right here that are underneath it. That wouldn't hurt. Those 2 maybe. So let's assume we're not going to bring them. If they're all coming from that direction, then this lot is okay. Could reduce the amount that are over here and increase the amount that are here. Maybe just by a couple. Let's go in there. So I'm adding 3 here. We can get rid of the awkward 3 there. So 1. If I can work out where they are. Not really. Let's just do neater everywhere. That's okay as it is. Here we can use a bit of this patch as well. There. That's 8. And then from here, it's a little awkward going that way because of them. Oh, we can wiggle. Possibly. Let's see. Then 4 there, that's fine. So that one's going there. Ah, that is awkward here. Wiggle like that. Didn't leave a gap big enough there, but here, so there's the 8. Well, we've got that over a little further, just in case. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is going to get in the way now. We've got here, we've got 5 there. Sure, keep them. So there. Can we join them up neatly? No, these are definitely going to be in the way. Let's just point the ones that are looking the other way then. Maybe a couple could fit. One would. No, that's fine then. Maybe. About like that. That could work. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And the next one move through a little gap. Very wiggly wiggly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we don't need them. Could neaten that up. Like that. Yeah, that's good. And that'll give us 4 sets of 8, which means we don't need them. Let's try and bring them over here. Coming from further over. There's them. There's all the reds lining up. Okay. Spam call. Nice. Ignore that. Okay. And they need to get into there. That's going to be interesting. I want to be able to copy paste, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. Find the underground bit there. And go under there. So they're plugged in at that end. Then I can grab that. Come this way with it. Need the first lot in. Am I missing one? Yes. Okay. There's that lot. So it doesn't actually make anything yet. Yeah, we need the third one. Okay. Can I copy paste any of that now? Should be able to take that much. Just gonna A lot of it is already there. I don't know if it still charges me. Oh, and it will mess up those belts. That's no good. Just want the undergrounds and not the crossing belts. There isn't an option. No, to like not paste belt. Okay. One by one then, I guess. We can take that and put it back here. Yeah. And then back there. And back there. I think. And just plug them in. Belt all the way. No. It's a bit of a lag as I move around. I wonder how much the game can actually handle. This doesn't seem big. We're not like that far in. I'm not trying to do a super crazy amount in the end, like 4 finished belts, so I'd be surprised if the game was actually lagging just because of this. But you know, maybe it is. Now, what do I need now? I need mouse wheel to behave. Maybe that much. I can just paste there. It's already there and there. Can remove that, I think. And then we can take that much here. Not sure. The bits that feed under there, that's fine. And then it's a case of lining everything up. Still not really burning through that million blueprints. We're doing fine. It's there. There, I hope. There, I think. Good. Move that up. Should be it. And the lines of red being fed in. Blue and red, all good. Let's get them greens plugged in then. Oh boy. Might as well start with the patches here. Kind of just want 8 from each patch, might make it easier. So they can handle more. Hopefully those back ones will line up. Or even back to there. Sure. Where's the first one needed? Here. Let's line that up. Okay. Bit wiggly, but sure. Yeah, that's fine. That's them 8, and the next maybe from here. 6, 7, 8, maybe. Oh, they're definitely going to get in the way, aren't they? of these running across. Here will be okay though. Maybe. Go there, see how it goes. We need another 2 lots of them though. So yeah, we'll see how it comes together. I'm just gonna get these plugged in, I think, the initial ones. Somehow. Just have to do them all manually, I think. Slow as that may be. Now at this point I can do a few copy pastings somehow, maybe the next one. Take that much. We can get to there, but then it's different here. There's one on the end here missing yet. Thought there was. And then under here, sure. Right, there we go. Can take that much, put it there, and then take, copy that back. And then we just want the ins, and we line these up with them. Seems okay for the first lot. That should start making some white dye, right? Yep, there we go. White dye coming out the other end. Very nice. So next 8. Turn them round maybe. Should be there. Yeah, we get that nice and neat like that. That's pretty cool. How much can I copy paste of this? I mean, it's very wasteful spend-wise, but we've got it to spare. I can put that back here, right? I can. Plug them in. It turns out we need twice as much of this, then I'm going to go crazy. Or, you know, I'm just going to not do it, but... that much there, but then it changes again. Let's grab that much to go back here. I'm just going to shift them forward, I guess. That's made a mess of that. Shame. And I think I should tell me, once I've created the 25,000 with shape, you won't need it anymore. Ah. That does make sense, doesn't it, actually, because it's not the shape that's needed on the upgrades. So it's just the one that gates us to this level. We might be overdoing it then. But that doesn't really change my attitude towards it. I still want to do everything at scale. It's a good point. I appreciate you telling me we could just do a very small scale, let it tick up to the 25,000 slower, and there we go. Rather than the scale we're doing, it will take like 5 minutes to get the 25 instead of, you know, an hour or whatever. I still, you know, I like working at this scale, and I do want to see the quad painter in full action, even if even if we do use it in the future, I think it'll still be cool to do it. So I don't mind doing this. But it is, you're right, worth knowing that we just need 25,000 of this and that's it. Maybe line up that. Looks like it's lined. Let's plug them in. It happened before, didn't it? Like, spent a while making, I think it was the little green circle with the pointy green ears or something. We only needed 50,000 and then never wanted it again or something like that, which in some ways is a frustration, I suppose, but it's fine. I enjoy the process regardless, you know, of making the shapes and stuff. So I don't mind too much. Need another 16 lines of it now, of green. Be nice to pull them from these as well. How many could we get? Not many. 3 from there. Might not be worth it. A few from there. I don't think we'll get 8 from them combined. We've got this patch here. That's 8, and then there's 3 there. 4. 7. Yeah, it's 1 more. Can I do that differently? Not really. Okay. Just go like that then. A bit messier than the others, but that's fine. Wrong one. We should go on the nearer one. Then we'll lined up around there, and then they're going to plug into the next set of 8. I guess once we've got these 25,000 and we don't need the shape anymore, we're going to have to delete all this, which will be fun selecting all, clicking delete and seeing just how many pieces we've built. And see how much that lags the game out. It doesn't seem to like selecting lots of things at the same time. So we might have to delete this bit by bit when we get to that point. Should be able to copy that much, shouldn't I, if I line it up where it's going. There. Seems good. Okay. Man, that is overkill for sure. But kind of cool. Let's get them lined up to the front of there. These. That lot I can copy from there. And then that lot should copy to here. Yep. Just don't need that bit. Whether that just goes all the way in. That goes most of the way. Take them forward to where that belt is. Cool. Get under there. It's all of them, I think. Then that lot should copy over there. Looks good. We just plugging them in. Cool. Getting somewhere. Good. We should end up with white dye at the end of all of them. Looks good. Looks fine. Okay. So we need to, but want to bring all that together with the circles and do the painting. Which we need the rest of the red for as well. It's interesting. Gonna need to set up the mines for that. Maybe off these two, send them around the top. I'm not sure how we want it to come together, I guess, is the main issue. We can bring all the white together up this end, but it might be that we actually want it over that side. I want a tileable layout ready for the painting we're going to do, which we didn't quite bring together before. Or did we? No, there's, yeah, nothing here. That was just thrown together. That's fine. That can all go now. It's all fine. So each input, we've got two. It's just, yeah, very awkward. If we could line them in front of each other, that might be good. Not really. Just because they're all next to each other, I was thinking something like that there, and then like that, and then the next one over would go the other way. So back one. No, that does not work in the slightest. That way. No, that definitely does not work. With them lined up like that. Offset by one. So that goes in there. But then the next one, yeah, not really. Like that, but then the next one is coming from over here. Not a huge fan of that. That would then go under there. And the next one's up will be back here. Somehow. Oh, yeah. Not like that. That's the red. Oh, hang on. The red only goes into two of them, so if they're like that, they're like that. They can go there. Output goes that way. I actually like to leave a single gap there just in case. And you've got red in, white in, red in, white in. Although I'm not sure they're the right way around, but whatever. But it doesn't really matter, does it? As long as they alternate, we can then rotate the finished product, so that's fine. And circles in there. That's not bad. It's just, yeah, when we're coming over with the circles, you'd have them like that. And then the next one into the next two. And the colours can go underneath all that. It's not terrible. It's very short. But I mean, one line of red is feeding one machine. Yeah. So, it's going to be like that, I guess. That's going to take up a lot of space though, isn't it? How many of these machines did we need? Well, one line of colour is one machine, so we need 32 machines. Which is, might just fit in front of them just fine. That's an interesting idea. Line up the white input. It'd have to be a long way forward to fit everything else that's going to run across, but, you know, let's say. The white just came straight out and into there, and the next one would... No, not quite. If that went into there, that would need to be 2 blocks to the right to line up. Which I don't think is possible, however you do this. 2 blocks to the right, no. Because we have to go under there. Because you fed... no. Nope, that won't work. So let's not plan on lining that up directly then. Just going to run them up, I guess. Run white circles and reds northbound. Run the machines off the western edge of that. Wherever they fit. Okay. So circles are here. These guys need to come up to this edge. Leaving gaps as we go, actually, I guess. I haven't really left enough space to leave a gap, and I am not realigning all this. But if we could just move everything 2 squares to the left, that would mean moving everything. Yeah, it is not going to do that. I mean, I've got a pretty beefy computer, but it's not going to move all that at once. So we're not going to move that. But we do need to create a gap so that we can get undergrounds through. And could we wiggle it around at all to force one in? Not really. So just when we come past the machines here, can bring that over. Wants the gap to be there. Lost track of where I am a bit there. No one's still there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that one, then a gap. And we're wiggling to the left a little. Sure. Create a 2 gap on that egg as well. Lab right? No, what have I got wrong here? Oh, that one. No. and there. Sure. There we go. Circles, circles, white, white, white and white. Yeah. That's not quite right, is it? And there. Cut those bits. Sure, that's where it's got to line up with. Two away from there. Okay, those are the corners. Ooh, get the outputs plugged in. Yeah, not a shortcut to that. Never mind. That you can then grab, maybe. There. There's that lot. Copy that, I guess, just to make that a bit easier. As well. There we go. So there's all the white lined up on belt. There's all the circles lined up on belt. So we need to bring that many red lines around here. We'll have all the components. 16 red lines. It's 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. Could we fit that all on one? Don't think so. Close to it. It's not really another red. Oh, there's this one. That's actually viable. It's nearby. Join in. Sierra, welcome. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. How's the Shapes going? I'm having a lot of fun. I'm doing lots of silly things, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. We've got... today we did level 20 earlier, which was the logo shape. And that confused the hell out of me for a long time. Just getting the ratios kind of right and working out how to make that floating second layer in the corner. But we got there. It's doing well. 4 full belts are feeding into the hub. It's acceptable. And then we've unlocked the quad painter, which I didn't realise how it worked for a while, but had some help with it, pointing out how it works, and have got half a plan to use it, although it doesn't seem like the most efficient option for this shape, considering the amount of colour we need to feed in, but I thought we'd do it anyway because it's kind of interesting. So we're playing around with a lot of colour lines to feed some quad painters for this red and white multicoloured thing. Real fast since you last here. Yeah, not bad going, actually, making good progress. Working in very high scale, so it takes us a long time to get stuff built, but once it's up and running, we tick off the unlock very quick. So, you know, swings and roundabouts in that, isn't it? You've been doing alright, glad to hear that. How have I been? I've been a bit warm. Weather here has been just awfully hot, and forecasts have been just so wrong that it's been a very frustrating couple of weeks. And even now it's warm as hell in here. Computer is running at like 60 degrees Celsius and pumping that into the very small room here, so not too happy with that. But, you know, I'm having fun, so I'm just ignoring the amount of sweat that I'm sat in. Core paint's a bit meh. Yeah, it seems like it. The amount of paint you need to put in just does not seem worth it ever, but as you say, playing around with it, why not? Good fun. If you're the warm thing, yeah, it's just a bit... I'm not good in heat anyway. Like anything over about 21 degrees Celsius, I get uncomfortable. My brain just starts to slow down, really. Makes me a bit grumpy, a bit frustrated more. So I didn't really feel like streaming. The forecast was for like 2 or 3 days of high 20s. And I thought I'll just not stream for 2 or 3 days. And then when the temperature comes down again, we'll play. But instead of 2 or 3 days of high 20s, it's been 2 weeks of mid to high 20s. And the forecast is for it to just continue. It's going to be mid to high 20s for a very long time. So I couldn't put it off any longer. I needed my video games. I'm just going to melt while I play them. I'll try and get that patch to plug into there when we make it that far up. PC in front of the AC, yeah. A banned AC PC. Could do with it. Or the PC I could just put outside and feed the wires through the wall. It's yeah, annoying. And you know, I don't have AC. I've got a fan blowing on me, which is helping, but it's not the same as having AC. And I should probably just, you know, I was saving up to get an installation, a permanent AC in the house, and I can't really afford that, so it might be worth getting like a little mobile unit just for this room, even though I still want the permanent one in the future. It might not be a waste of money regardless, you know. This we are doing different. That's going to feed in there. Yeah, it's going to be a bit weird, but okay. And it's going to be that way round. And we need to be in line with where the red is available. Say 1 forward of that. So we're going to start there. Yep. So the first of the circles we split as we go. So that goes there, and then the second goes in, and then it stops. Sure. First of the white, say, goes in there, and then first the red there. Try and line that up properly. Yep. That, maybe. No, they're all the wrong way, aren't they? That's an in. Oh, it doesn't reach from there. Silly me. Sierra, thank you very much for the 600 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you. Get a new badge. Very nice. Yes, a little flame. I don't think anyone else has got any of the badges yet. The flame grows as the cheering gets bigger. Kind of half forgot they were there. It's pretty cool. Thank you, anyway. Appreciated. There it is. Growing a little bit. Nice. Very nice. Oh, you got mobile AC for the bedroom. Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, this is a very small room. It's 2 meters by 2 meters. So even the tiniest of units, as long as we can, you know, lock the room down, would be good. But I was saying yesterday, I don't really want to lock the room down because it's a bit isolating. But still, you know, even the house itself is pretty compact, so it wouldn't take much to cool the whole lot. Maybe a couple £100, I could get one that's worth it. a mobile one that I could move between here and the bedroom could be good, because this is, I mean, early summer. It's been mid to high 20s for 2 weeks and ongoing, but this isn't summer. You know, there's going to be hotter weeks coming. In August, it should hit like 40, I guess, this year. It was very close last year. We had where I was working last year wasn't air conditioned either. Big warehouse with these roof panels that just cause the heat to grow and grow. That hit 40 inside, which is, yeah, horrible. Just couldn't move really. I need to switch this on, don't I? I need a little switchy at the start of the run here. Let's go within the corner here, and then we need to wire it up. Is there a difference between the wires? No, just they don't overlap, I guess. Don't connect, that makes sense. There we go. Plug that in. Just need the one, I guess. Switch everything on. And it works. There we go. We get the thing I'm after in a pattern that kind of works. Needs rotating or whatever, but we can deal with that. I want a big unit and lock the whole house up. Yeah. It could help. Yeah, it's it will make a difference. I probably should before we hit those high 30s. Otherwise, I just, you know, it's 2 months where I won't be streaming at all, which is not a good plan. Good. The wires have a neat way. Yeah, it looks good actually, the wiring system. I haven't done the tutorial for it, so I'm hoping it's quite intuitive. And so far, all good. Might want that a bit closer. It's fine, it's fine. Does it copy the wiring? Doesn't look like it. They're copied independently. Okay, fine. Get on with the day. Yeah, it's the problem, the bit that really kills you isn't necessarily that the temperature during the day hits 30 or whatever. It's when you can't get the night temperature down to get good rest afterwards. You know, you can survive a day at 30, it won't be the end of the world. But if the next day's 30 and the next day's 30 and you're never cooling down between them, like, yeah, I can't recover from that. So being able to cool the bedroom down would be helpful. Because when the nights are like 30 degrees, that's just... Last year when that happened, it was insane, just crazy. It's good. To copy the wiring separate, it's on a different, yeah, different thing. Layer? Yeah, that's what it calls it. Switch layers. Yeah, different kind of layer to the map. It's fine, you know, workable. What can I copy paste here? Nothing, right? Not much. Because the wires are all, yeah, okay. I can put them in, and then I can grab that. So that's 4. That's 8. So that's 16. And I can't see the end. We can just make a guess that there is good. There we go. There's our 32 machines. I mean, at least we've got plenty of space to work in, but it is, yeah, a bit crazy, a bit silly. Oh well. Just line these up now. And the blueprint's easier to comprehend. Yeah, I mean, whatever works really. I've never been one for using the words the game wants you to. Just use the ones that make sense to you. It's a bit quicker. Can I move these forward? Don't have any pins on the map. I haven't seen a need for it. Like, I don't know, it's interesting, I guess. What do you pin on yours? Keep jamming the wrong buttons. Because I know what everything is, because we're not really doing much. 4 different shapes, so I know what it is and where it is. I guess maybe how it fits together, but that's kind of obvious from where the lines run. I don't know. Yeah, you just haven't really felt the need to pin anything. I guess on like your second run through, if you knew the shapes you wanted in the future and you saw them, you could pin them for future reference. Maybe. Copy the name of shapes. Like the blue thing, you need to copy stuff. Right. So when you want to expand it. Right, so if you saw more of that, the bottom shape of that blue one there, you just put a pin in it so you knew where it was if you wanted more of them in. Makes sense. I mean, I don't really know. I can't see us ever expanding it in the... We looked at this a little earlier, we can look at it more in the future, but you can't get more than 16 inputs to your hub. So, you know, we've got 4 inputs with blueprint shapes. I can't see us ever expanding it. Don't know. I don't know what's going to come in the future, so I could be well wrong on that, but at the moment, yeah. When all the upgrades need the same shapes, yeah. Well, I mean, we're at that. But yeah, lots of similar things, maybe. Don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. The way the brain works, I guess. Some people will pin everything they see and get a map full of it. I'd find that quite cluttered, I think. Having the empty map works fine for as long as I know where everything is and what I'm doing with it. Which, you know, might not be for much longer as far as I know. Okay, there's all the white lined up. What's going to be next? More of the red, or try and sort out the circles? Kind of do need to, yeah, like, put a whole bunch of this in. Something, somehow. It's a bit awkward. I have to do it all manually. You spread all into one lane. So I'm going to go, yeah. Pins go for when you need to disconnect things. Sure, if you just want to quickly find the ones you don't need anymore. What works best? Yeah. Then there may well come a point later in the game where, like, I need to get me some... confused. Some pins laid out, you know, to know what's going on. Why am I confused there? That's fine. I wouldn't usually do that, though, would I? I'd do that. Okay. Tidy up as we go. We're even near the end yet. Annoying, really. So many inputs just for like one machine in each block. There you go. Maybe in the future we'll go back to the other methods. More machines in a row. Even so, it's not, you know, paint mixers were only 5 in a row. It's not that many in each block. A lot of people I see, and now it's a massive gap. Here we go. It's like the last one. Yep. Okay. And anything we can copy paste like that much. Quite a while from the looks of it. To there at least. Which means I should be able to copy like that much for a while. Even to there, yeah. Further. Sure. And then we hit a different bit. Sure. I want to start penning things. Go to info, copy the shape key and paste the key. Right. Yeah, that's see what you mean. Copy the key, and then when you paste, and it's got these things, yeah, which you see, their little code stuff. You see it in the puzzle mode as well, these little weird codes for how things work. Also copy the shape key and space 1, so that's the key, and then you can type whatever here, 1 or symbols. Ah, didn't work, no. It's been show the shape itself instead of the name you give it. Should have worked. Doesn't need like a quotation, or maybe maybe it doesn't like hashtags. No. Interesting. It's fine like that, but if I put anything after it, it doesn't like it. Interesting. Do I need to quote mark what's after? No. Quote mark the name? Nope. Interesting. Just doesn't like it. But it's fine if I do just that, and it gives you the shape, yeah. And you can do that with whatever. The blueprint things, if it's related, or you know, what relates to which shape, or even what you're making where, and different stages of it, I guess you can try and copy. Or even learn how to write these references. I think the colon is obviously the different layer breakdown, and then it'll be like top left quadrant, top right quadrant, and so on. C for circle, R for red, W for white, I'm guessing. You know? If you can learn the key, then you just type in whatever shape you want, which is nice. Be able to use the icons as well as just names or whatever. Bit of ski away, forgot about. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I mean, you can always just put 2 tags next to each other, I guess, but for the list on the right, nice to have some description as well, maybe, sometimes. Who knows? Where did I get to? Up here, I was just doing those bits. That's not lined up. If that's not lined up, they're all not lined up. No. They look fine, okay. Are these lined up okay? I must have just pasted it funny, okay. about. There we go, all good now. Do then the right way round. Should be able to copy that from somewhere, shouldn't I? Like this much? Yeah, that's good. And then I'm not sure. That go there. Looks good. Just missed the one on the end there. Okay. All the inputs are there, so I'm just missing a big row of inputs along the back. Are they lined up? They look lined up. That one there. A few missing here. I think we're good on that front. Like an alphabet scheme somewhere on the internet where you can, yeah, it's probably an app or something, isn't it, to help you form the names and stuff like that. How are the upgrades going? We're on tier 8 of everything, which isn't bad. So we've hit the level. So the last upgrade we did went from 7 to 8. And this level is going to go from 8 to 8.1. So the upgrades have hit that bit where they become less valuable each time. But yeah, like at a good point at this stage. And yeah, all the tiers are needing the same thing. It's needed that for 2 tiers so far. So things did really, tidy up quite a bit, which is nice. Very nice. It cut everything back, start again, do them a bit more organised. Very nice. Right, that's all of the layout up to that edge, so we can bring the circles in. That is every other input, so that goes like that. Then the next one's there. No. There. No. God, made a mess now. Clear them out. Oops. There we go. Fix that. It's slower, yeah. Yeah, and then carries on like that, yeah. But it's good. It's nice to be this far in and stuff. There's still plenty of fun to be had. I don't think we're at the randomised bit yet. Don't know when you get there. Don't know what number you get there, but we're not the randomised shapes yet, I don't think. It'd be easier if I plugged the reds in first, just to see where everything went. Maybe we'll be okay. One, skip one, that one, skip one, that one, skip one, that one. So the next one's going there. It's very awkward. One there. Probably got one of these wrong, never mind. It's going to make a right mess. Fingers crossed we're good. That one there, and there. And the next set of 8 need to move forward. It's quite a far away now. Yeah, optimization phase, interesting. Still unlocking tools and everything as well that we don't have, and all that, so yeah. All good though. Can I copy any of this? Some of this? Copy like that much, right? Line it up with the first one. Which is there. right, that's reds, yep, that's them. And there's nothing on the inside, so we are just joining them from right to left. Okay, simple enough. Cool. Love how when you zoom out, it looks like some sort of motherboard. Yeah, yeah, I do. It's a nice, simple appearance of the game, but it is nice. I don't know why we've got a revealed area here. I've deleted everything. Oh, there we go. Just being silly. Yeah, the dots there, the little blue bits from the readouts and stuff as well. Kind of nice colour coding. Everything's quite neat and tidy until we get to what we're building here, and it's just a cluster of lines all over the place. Kind of crazy, but kind of cool. Okay, we're going under again. Which might be easier just to do like this. Not sure. Probably could copy it from somewhere. Yeah. It's fine. That much. Could probably... Eh. By the time I work out which bit to copy and where to put it, I could have just placed it out manually, I think. Farms. Yeah. Make it a nice mess around the place. I like it. Copy this from the outside too. Organised house. Yeah, very, very organised, definitely. Quite neat in a way, but lots of lines everywhere. Like, lots. Just why the quad painter seems a bit silly, really, you know. I mean, maybe it's more worth it if you've got something that's a complicated Technicolor of different colours in every quadrant. In this case, like half white, half red is not... Cutting it down would have made more sense, I think. And re-gluing it back together or whatever, but you know. Both approaches are valid. This one seemed like a laugh, and back making lots and lots of belts all over the place. It's all good. Okay, so now we need to feed the reds into that. First 8 should be nice and simple. The next 8 we actually need to get out of this patch here. Seven, okay. There we go. Get some lined up. And there you go. Just tunnel all long lines, yeah, so you can juggle more stuff around. Yeah, makes sense. Instead of all these big long lines here, it's all just the maximum length tunnels everywhere all the time, and then you get more ground to work on. I don't know. The world is infinite, doesn't really matter. What am I missing? I have half of the red I need, because that's 16 and I need 32. Yeah, I can't math. We can use this patch though, it's a helpful location. Can we get another 8 out of it? Probably not. Oh, there's another one further along, maybe that'll help us. That does mean I Didn't leave enough space. Oh well. Yeah. This is fine. It's not clashing with anything, just a little messy, like everything else. It's not bad spacing for that next patch of red. How can we line things up nice here? Not sure we can. 6, 7. It's not quite in a straight line is the thing. I'd love it to be in a straight line. But it can't be. It's fine. We'll send that one back on itself. And the last one. Very nice. Very, very long line. And we get these shapes out of the end of it. I don't know if we want to bring all them together into a big cluster up the top or not. We could just do the next phase in line, perhaps. Combine it as we go, we'll see. I do need to wire them all up. Which if I copy... Not sure how much. I mean, that'll work. We start out with putting y-axis, x-axis align, build colour farms, fire up. Stack to the hub. First few shapes near the hub. Start building near the edge. Between the harder and the easy ones, yeah. Just juggle it all around. But it's the great thing about shapes, particular as far as factory games go, is you're in God mode, you know. Just tear it all down, rebuild it. Other than the cost of blueprint building, you know, nothing really to worry about. It's all good. No cash, no resources. You don't need to smelt your iron bars up to use them or whatever, you know. It's nice. Much more chill approach. Other than the blueprint shapes, but you know, we've got a million of them, so I think we're good for a while. So next stage is to flush out some of the weird shapes that came at the front of there. Have they all got? Oh, I guess when I dragged the wire over it, enabled it immediately and made some funny ones at the start. And then when I pasted it was better. Makes sense. Need to hit a blueprint threshold and you're good. Yeah. Just make enough and then you're good. And a lot of the time I don't really want to paste in. I kind of want to try a new design or try and do something different, you know. I know it's not always really worthwhile, but it can be fun to just try something different. So what we're doing is combining or alternating. We could just take it from the one line. We have a full line, 16 items of this shape. We want to stack, which happens at 2 items per second, with a rotated version. So we can just split this out. Feed them in like that. Rotate it in that gap there. Feed like so. One line in, one line out. 16 items, 2 per second. We need 8 machines. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do we need less because we're splitting the input in half? Interesting. Let's go for something back. Have had the space rocket. That's our next one. Here. So after we finish this shape and got that fitting, we'll start working on space rocket, which it doesn't necessarily look difficult. Just lots of different stages to it. Lots of different elements. You've got the multicolored background, then the half red circle diagonal there with a pointy corner, and then the other pointy corner, and then the white circle. Easier to see when you break into layers. Yeah, I thought that was on that layer, but it's on this layer. So it's not awful. We probably won't use the quad painter for this layer. Next time we will cut it down and whatever. But yeah, that's just a white circle. This, don't know. You know, find a way. Not too bad. Deceptive. Can you spoil? Yeah, go for it. It's not. I'm not too worried about getting spoiled in a game like this, in any factory game, really. So something like, so I found this one very difficult because the corner's floating on its own above nothing. That is the case here, isn't it? This level is floating above this one because it doesn't sit on top of anything, so we'd need to form that somehow. Oh, that's complicated. See the difference in bigness between the red and the grey. Red and the grey. Yeah. Those quarter circles are not a layer above this quarter circle. It's the one above that. So it's interesting. Pretty interesting. Yeah, this layer is difficult because, I mean, how do you even do that? It's premature to be thinking about it, but still, I mean, how did we do it here? We had a bit it was attached to on the layer before. So you kind of need to form it, cut it, reform it, cut it, and reform it to get those two attached. Possibly. Cut it and reform it. It's interesting. I don't think we'll be tackling it today, but I mean, by all means share information, or we've had some, you know, tips and stuff shared in the Discord as well. You're welcome to join and share pictures or whatever if that helps explain things. And when, you know, next session when we come to do it, which, you know, might just be in a couple of days' time, we'll be tackling the rocket. Scary, but yeah, one shape at a time is probably a good idea for my brain. This bit I just wanted to work out. We got a belt coming in and half a belt coming out because we're turning one into two. So that's only half a belt's worth. Then we only need half the machines. I mean, we can... If we flush it through, we should see, right? That not all the machines are running all the time, and that should be 7. Oh, 8 even. I'll try showing some way to understand sending DC. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. It's all good. Yeah, 8. Okay. So do I want to cut this in half? One option. Half is there though. Cut this in half and join them after, or we do every other machine. Might kind of prefer that, I think. So instead of splitting there and rotating, we rotate this output and feed it in. Let's put this in the middle maybe. There. And then those 2 lines become one, 2 full lines become 1 full line coming out. That seems better. I think we'll do that. Just drop them onto the end of each of them. You can just disconnect the input to where you need it. Oh, sure. Yeah, I see what you mean. Rather than deleting half, just plug in the other bit halfway up. Makes sense. But yeah, this is like a bit neater in joining the 2 adjacent ones together. A bit, not much. There we go. So it turns the 2 into 1, and then we're doing the same again, but we don't rotate this time. Just going to put that halfway between 3 or 5. There isn't halfway, right? There's good enough. Plug that one in there, and that one in there. And that takes 2 full belts, turns it into 1 full belt with all the layers, but the shape is supposed to be that way round. I think that looks good to me. Yeah, that looks like the right shape. Okay, perfect. So just take the outputs of them. Creating a lot of blank space in between everything, but I don't think it's worth like bringing all these lines together, turning them around a corner and so on. We'll just poke them together like this, and then when the shape's done, bring them together. One small issue is I thought we were making 4 belts, and that's not 4. That's 8. Sure, great, we can reconnect it later, yeah? Yeah. What have I done wrong? Or whatever. That's not a full belt. Or is it? No, because we measured it earlier and it was okay. Let me just bin off the end and see some readouts. So what's coming out of there? They're getting combined into that, which is then combined into that. It's a flow for a while, then we can see. So we're outputting 8 and 8, half a belt on each. Okay. Does that change anything? So before it was only 1/4 of a belt. Interesting. Interesting. That's because we're halving the belts over here on the input. Yeah, and this is just a layout thing to get things lined up nicely. Okay, so we could change how we're doing this. Probably should, or I would probably like to change how we're doing this. Because now, yeah, we're just using half these machines again. Okay. Let me just delete all of that. $2,500. There we go. So in that case, I think we should bring everything together. Let me move that out of the way. How are we going to do that? Every 2 want to be combined. And then we bring them together at the top here. Yeah, I think that's best. And then I'll work it out from there. There are still quite a few of them, I guess. I've underestimated that, never mind. Yeah. Still unsure what the best ad practice is, but running the mid-rolls does seem to be a much better approach, except Twitch just do not vary their ads ever. Like, the lack of variety is so annoying. Zero, thank you very much for the 113 bits. Appreciate it, thank you. But with the amount of bits you're throwing, you could sub instead, and then you won't get the ads. Won't be as annoyed then. Twitch doesn't like streamers not using ads. Yeah, it's... I have on a couple of occasions been tempted to cancel my affiliate agreement and just not have the income, but not have ads spoiling everything. Because, you know, the income's, for me, is quite small at the moment. It's not a huge amount. I don't think it really hurt me that much to just hold off and go back to non-affiliate until I grow even more, you know. Although, you know, the income is actually very helpful. Do appreciate it. Not complaining at all. Yeah, I've seen that new policy. If you've got, is it $25? They'll keep it. So you just got to wait for a payout, you know. If I wait for my next payout and then cancel it, I won't have the $25 sat there for them to take. Although, yeah, don't really want them taking anything, do I? I've lined that up wrong somehow. Also, I haven't left a gap. Let's try that again. 5, 6, 7, 8, then a gap. Yep. Let's try that. Should I have left a gap left to right? I doubt that matters. I'm not going to be trying to squeeze anything else in here. Good with throwing bits and being annoyed. Fair enough, as long as you're happy. Still affiliated but don't stream anymore. Spend some change to me. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Makes sense. Don't have you said about keeping the status. If you do, yeah, it's only like the only problem is the ads. It's the only issue, and the issue isn't necessarily that there are ads. Like that's going to happen whatever you do, but they're just so boring to see the same ad 100 times in a week, and quite often, really, the targets that they want is quite often. Move that to there. Sure. And these, we've combined them, so these are now full lines. We take 2 full lines, but one needs rotating. One goes in there. Cool, okay. We paste that 16 times? No, 8 times? Got 16 lines, we're taking 2 on each, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That back. It's 3 minutes a streamer. Yeah, true. 2 ads since you got here and back to back. Yeah, I'm running. What am I running? Can't even tell anymore. It's 90-second break every 30 minutes. And a 90-second break doesn't mean you'll get 90 seconds of ads. You'll get what Twitch are capable of serving you, which will be the same 2 ads every time, or the same 3 if they've got 3. It's up to 90 seconds. Which is fine. And I just run one. So when I start the stream, I have like a starting soon screen. I run an ad while that's up. Then when that ad finishes, I start. And that gives us no pre-rolls for the whole stream then. Which does seem better. Like pre-rolls are a big turn off for people. Whereas mid-rolls are just like a small turn off for people. Let's line these up. So that goes there, one output from there, one from there, and that gets joined. That's perfect. Similar to before, but the correct number this time. We just get 4 full lines coming out, which is what I was expecting. Yep. Oh, and they're the right way round this time because the inputs were switched. So it's the bottom layer, bottom right corner is white, and then everything alternates the whole way around. Lovely. Can I find hub? Left of here? No. What shape is this? Right of here, left of there. Here we are. That goes there. Ooh, have a belt 500 tiles long. It's a long belt, that's for sure. It's going to take a while for the shapes to actually make it to the hub. Oh well. Something doesn't appear to be right. I'm going to have to check in on everything in a second. Not long enough, yeah. I could send it in some circles before we get there if you want. Just to make it longer. We are just going to cut the output from this shape in half. Though, how do I want to do that? I can just mix things up in case it ever matters. Like when we upgrade belt speed ahead of other things, we should let these filter in somehow. So on the corner here, let's have all 8 in, and then one of each split around there. So it's going at half speed, but if we upgrade belt speed, yeah, it would do that, and then we'd get more temporarily until we upgrade the other processes. That gives us the 4 inputs here. One of which is empty. Yeah, back here it's not running full. Is there something wrong? There's not enough of the left-hand shape. Okay. These appear to be going at full speed, though it's kind of hard to tell at this speed and with so many of them. Oh. Not entirely sure how that happened, but there is a bin in the middle of what I've pasted here, which will definitely affect throughput issue. Not sure what that's about. Fix that. Zero, thank you for the other 100 bits. Appreciate it. Belt speed should always be the prioritization since you can boost input. And yeah, it makes sense, I think. Obviously, once you've done all 4 upgrades, everything balances back out. So don't expect necessarily to redo our production lines. But if our inputs have any kind of combination, like what I just did, then doing belt first just makes a bit of sense to get more in at the hub, like you say, at the point of the hub. And of course, the bins are in this one as well. Right, that should improve that. If mouse wheel will play game, there we go. So those outputs are there, are looking good. Inputs into them, outputs out here look good. Just just need the front of that wave to make it to the hub, and we should have the full input speed. It's never been anything, to be honest. That's an interesting thing that we were talking about in the previous shape we did, which we can take a quick look at now. It's going to take a while, but that wave will reach it and will be good. Our achievements for that. Yeah, not too fussed about the achievements. Quite a few of the achievements in this game are like speedrun ones, which I'm not big on. I wouldn't necessarily push it. Here I have bins, and it's an interesting one that we've talked about before. Trollbait's given some cool ideas about it in the Discord, which are really nice to look at. But what we've got here is the odd shape we needed to form the floating layer. So we need a square that's on its own on the next layer up, and we attach that to this quarter circle and then cut it, and that gives us the bottom half of the logo shape, and we end up with the bit necessary to form that we've got no use for, so it's being binned. Trollbait's suggestion, or the example he gave, was instead of forming this shape, he formed a blue square with a white quarter circle on top, and then that's part of the blueprint shape that you can then feed into your blueprint shape production. Same thing we'll need to do with the rocket. Yeah, that's what I kind of assumed. You have to kind of like form the layer and then cut a bit of it off. And the bit you cut off, it would be nice if you could reuse it in the same shape, which in this case we can't, or it would have been complicated. The ratio would have got very weird. So yeah, for me, the simplest thing is bin it and forget about it, and you get to keep everything isolated, keep everything controlled. And it took some time, but I'm eventually understanding the numbers here and how it's coming together. So our 6 mining lines turn into 4 output lines, and 2's worth of them are going in the bin, which, you know, it's wasteful of shapes, but shapes are infinite. Don't really need to worry about it, I guess. Beyond if you're after the achievement or whatever, it does make sense to try and do whatever. Well, we're halfway through the number we need already. Cool. I don't know what an item filter is. 4. Could be interesting. We'll see. But that will be an issue for next time. We've run long. I am very overheated and brain frazzled, but I did want to get this shape finished and into the hub before we wrapped things up. It's a long line. I went a bit crazy with it, I think. I'm sure some of the shapes we do in the future are going to be even crazier than this, but that is a lot of belt lines there. It's pretty cool. Still, I am definitely starting to get a headache, so we will wrap things up for today. Yeah, almost 5-hour stream is it's not unusual. Done it before, but in this heat it's probably a bad idea, so I should go get myself an ice cream and some more water to drink, and so on and so on. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Been really fun. I really am enjoying Shapes. I mentioned at the start that I'm not really feeling like playing Factorio at the moment. Shapes is kind of what I would prefer. I think this kind of like God mode type approach, zipping around and building whatever, a bit more fun at the moment, so prefer that. Thank you for the bits, Sierra, appreciate it. Look us to get some cold stuff. Enjoy the rest of the day. Yeah, we'll be back for more Shapes soon, in a couple of days. I think I've got Shapes, I've got Rift Breaker. We might do another like Minecraft look around the base, possibly. Friday I'm doing a stream of playing demos from the Steam Next Fest. I usually do that every Next Fest. I play like a couple dozen demos. I thought I'd stream it this time. We'll just blast through them and make a snap judgment on whether they're any good or not. That'll be on Friday afternoon sometime, but other than that, depending on heat, I might be back tomorrow to play one of those games. Minecraft on a server. It's on another community's server, so not one I can grant access to, but it's a multiplayer Vault Hunters server, so it's kind of interesting. Might just take another look at that at some point soon. And in any case, weather depending, there will be more streams in the usual time of the usual games, but I'm not really committing to anything because the forecast just keeps changing, so I don't know. We'll have fun when we're allowed to, when the sun goes away a bit. Let's find someone to raid into for the rest of the evening, though. Somewhere to chill out, hopefully. Who have we got? Anyone playing Shapez is the first question. It's pretty rare. There is someone who speaks English playing Shapez. That's rare. Why don't we go check them out? If I get the name right. And see what they're like, if they're a lovely person. Doesn't happen often, so... What are they up to? Their belts are moving very slowly, so it must be quite early in the game. That would be cool to go hang out there a bit. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining. Do enjoy the rest of your days, whatever you're up to next. And like I say, when we're able to stream, hopefully we will catch you in the coming fun times as well. Have a good one.